Story 1. My younger sister-in-law falsely accused me of trying to be with her and destroyed my life. After the truth came out, I got my revenge. It's strange how quickly life can shift from something beautiful to something suffocating. If someone had told me a year ago that I'd be sitting alone, replaying conversations, wondering which word or glance twisted my fate, I wouldn't have believed them. Back then, everything was in place, steady, simple, and safe. I'd been with my girlfriend for 5 years since high school. We started dating when I was 19 and she was 18. We weren't some dramatic on-again, off-again couple either. Ours was the kind of relationship people pointed to when they said it's still possible. Even our families seemed to fall into that rhythm. Dinners, holidays, road trips. Our lives had blended long before we noticed. We both went to the same university. She studied early childhood education and I was 2 semesters away from finishing a degree in computer science. To help cover tuition and save for a ring, I had already picked the design. I worked part-time at a small tech startup. The pay wasn't amazing, but it was enough to keep me afloat and put something aside every month. I had almost $4,000 saved. I planned to propose on our anniversary next spring, but none of that mattered now. Her younger sister had always been around. She was a kid when I first met her. Loud, always looking for attention, the type to eavesdrop on adult conversations just to insert a comment that didn't make sense. For years, I barely noticed her. She was just my girlfriend's sister. I didn't have a reason to pay attention until I did. It started small, the kind of things you brush off because you don't want to sound paranoid. Once she sat a little too close during movie night. Another time she called me late, saying she accidentally dialed while studying. I didn't think much of it. She had just turned 18, and I figured she was testing boundaries in that annoying, self-centered way teenagers do. But then, during her graduation dinner, she wore this tight red dress and kept finding reasons to brush against me. When I mentioned it to my girlfriend that night, she laughed it off and said, "She's just trying to feel grown up. Ignore her." So I did until ignoring became impossible. She started messaging me directly, texts that were never overtly inappropriate but always suggestive. "You looked really good in that shirt today," or "wish you weren't taken." Once she sent a selfie and asked if she looked too grown for prom. I stopped responding. I even told my girlfriend again, this time firmer, but it turned into an argument. She accused me of overreacting and trying to police her sister, said I was being weirdly defensive. After that, I stopped going over to their place unless I absolutely had to. Created tension with her family, especially her mom, who thought I was pulling away, and I guess I was. I just couldn't explain the knot in my stomach every time her sister walked into a room. Things reached a tipping point during a weekend in early November. My girlfriend was out of town for a teaching conference, just Friday to Sunday. That Saturday morning, I got a call from her dad asking if I could help with the gutters. It wasn't unusual. He had some back issues and I'd helped before. I agreed. When I arrived, the house was quiet. Her dad handed me the tools, thanked me, then left to pick up supplies. Her mom was at work, and her sister, was the only one inside. I kept my distance, stayed outside, and tried to finish quickly. But after an hour, I came in to grab water. She was sitting on the counter barefoot, wearing this oversized shirt that didn't belong to her. It was my girlfriend's. She smiled like she'd been waiting for me. "You don't have to pretend, you know?" she said, swinging her legs slowly. "Pretend what?" I asked, not hiding my discomfort. "That you're not curious." I froze, the bottle of water halfway to my mouth. "You need to stop." She slid off the counter and walked toward me. "It's not like I'd tell. I'm legal now." I stepped back. I said stop. Then, without hesitation, she leaned forward and tried to kiss me. I turned away, firmly pushing her shoulders back. Not hard, but enough to create space. "What the hell is wrong with you?" She stared for a moment, and something in her face changed, like she was humiliated. No, angry, furious. She stormed upstairs, slamming her bedroom door behind her. I stood in that kitchen, stunned. My heart was pounding, and not from attraction or nerves, from fear. I grabbed my keys and left without saying another word. I didn't tell her father when he called later asking why I left so suddenly. I didn't tell my girlfriend when she checked in that night. I didn't want to blow it up. I thought stupidly that silence would keep the peace. The next morning, everything fell apart. I woke up to 15 missed calls and a dozen texts, all from my girlfriend and her parents. The messages were frantic, accusatory. One just said, "How could you?" Another said, "You disgust me." Then came the calls from unknown numbers. My social media had exploded. Someone had posted a long, tearful statement accusing me of preying on a vulnerable young woman and violating her trust while her parents weren't home. Photos followed, blurry pictures of her looking shaken with what looked like bruises on her wrists. Screenshots of supposed messages I had sent her. Flirty, explicit, damning. Except I hadn't sent a single one. I called my girlfriend. She didn't answer. I texted. Blocked. Within 2 hours, the news had reached my boss. By noon, I was suspended from the startup. My phone buzzed every minute. Some were threats, others were former friends demanding answers. A few just sent emojis, vomit, knives, flames. I had no words, just silence. And the echo of that slammed door. When you've spent years building trust with someone, the idea that they'd believe the worst version of you without hesitation is a kind of death. Not a loud one, but slow, suffocating. The kind that folds itself into every breath. That morning, I was still trying to make sense of what was happening when the police knocked on my door. 2 officers, neutral expressions, asked if I'd come with them to answer some questions. I asked if I needed a lawyer. They said I wasn't under arrest, just routine. My mom stood behind me, gripping the edge of the kitchen counter. My dad asked if he could come. They said no. At the station, I sat in a gray-walled room with flickering lights for 6 hours. They read portions of the messages aloud, ones I'd never sent. The tone was mocking, cruel, like they thought I was pretending to be innocent just to save face. I kept repeating the same thing. I never touched her. I never sent those texts. They didn't believe me. They had proof, screenshots, photos, even a short voice memo where I supposedly whispered something disgusting. I told them to check the timestamps, check the metadata, but they said that wasn't their job. Their job was to collect my statement and pass it on. When they finally let me go, my voice was gone, my hands shaking. I went home, logged into my accounts. Everything was locked. Someone had reported my profiles for abuse, and the platforms had frozen my access. My savings account was flagged. Someone had claimed fraudulent activity, and the bank froze the funds pending investigation. The ring money was gone. Everything I'd worked for wiped out overnight. Still, part of me thought maybe my girlfriend would come around. Maybe she'd call or text or just show up and ask me to explain. She didn't. Instead, 2 days later, she posted a statement herself. Cryptic but clear enough. To anyone who's asked why I haven't spoken publicly, I've chosen to believe my sister, and I stand by her. That post got over 600 likes and hundreds of comments calling her brave, strong, an example. People shared it, quoted it, turned it into a hashtag. My phone, still buzzing, felt radioactive. I deleted the apps, but people found other ways. Emails, anonymous numbers, even physical mail. One envelope had a printed photo of me from prom years ago. Someone had scribbled predator across my eyes in red marker. Only 3 people stood by me. My sister, who threatened to go to their house and make that girl repeat her lie to my face. My roommate, who locked down our apartment's social media presence and set up cameras at our door just in case. And surprisingly, my ex's cousin, a quiet girl I barely knew who messaged from a throwaway account. I don't believe her, she wrote. She's done this before. Not this exact thing, but she likes chaos. Just be careful. That sentence haunted me more than anything. She likes chaos. Everything she did made more sense through that lens. Her texts, her performance, her silence before the storm. I began to remember things differently. Moments I dismissed. Glances I ignored. Questions she asked that now felt loaded. Like the time she asked me, "Do you think people would believe you no matter what?" I'd laughed then. What kind of question is that? Now I understood. After the incident in the kitchen, she hadn't reacted like someone rejected. She reacted like someone exposed, like her plan hadn't gone the way she wanted. And instead of backing down, she doubled down. The bruises in the photos didn't come from me. I hadn't even touched her wrists. But I did remember the towel rack was loose in the downstairs bathroom. If she'd yanked it hard enough, couldn't sleep. Every creak in the house made me flinch. Every car passing outside felt like it might stop in front of our driveway. I didn't leave the house unless I had to. My parents were kind but unsure. I could see it in their eyes. They didn't say it, but they wondered. And who could blame them? The whole story was absurd. Unthinkable. And yet, one night, I found myself scrolling through an old group photo. There we all were. Me, my girlfriend, her sister, their parents, smiling at a lake, frozen in happiness. I zoomed in on her sister's face. She wasn't looking at the camera. She was looking at me. The expression wasn't friendly. It was possession. The messages she'd faked were oddly consistent with things I had said before. Phrases she must have remembered from parties, car rides, text exchanges she'd read over her sister's shoulder. Enough to make the screenshots feel authentic, familiar, twisted echoes of real moments. And I began to feel sick because what kind of person plans that? What kind of person decides to destroy someone over rejection? I tried one last time to reach my girlfriend. I sent a voice message, not begging, just stating facts. You know me. You've known me for years. I didn't do this. I'd never do this. Please don't let this lie become permanent. No response. Later that night, my roommate found the message posted anonymously in a gossip forum with the caption, "Look how he tries to guilt her even now." The replies were brutal. Classic manipulator. Crocodile tears. Lock him up already. By the end of the week, I stopped checking. There was nothing left to say. I was still in my room when I heard my mom call my name. Her voice tight, unfamiliar. When I opened the door, she was holding a folded paper, her hand shaking. "They served it," she said, eyes avoiding mine. "You've been formally charged." It was all there in black and white. Formal accusation of harassment and attempted assault. Filed, signed, real. The words blurred. My knees buckled, and I sat down hard on the bottom stair. I stared at the document like it was written in a language I couldn't translate. Even though I had prepared myself for this, at least mentally, it felt like a punch I hadn't braced for. That night, I didn't sleep again. I sat on the edge of my bed, trying to piece together what had happened step by step. How one moment in a kitchen spiraled into this. The next morning, I met the lawyer my parents had found. He was direct, blunt. "You need to understand what you're facing," he said. "This isn't just about a misunderstanding. She's filed a sworn statement. There are digital messages, photos, an audio clip, and a medical note from her visit to urgent care. You're looking at a serious charge." I asked him how someone could fake all of that. He exhaled through his nose. "People can fake more than you'd believe, but convincing a judge or jury, that's the mountain we're climbing." My court date was set 3 weeks out. Until then, I was to comply with the temporary restrictions. No contact with her, her family, or anyone directly involved. I was also barred from campus, effective immediately. That same day, I received an official notice from the university. Pending the investigation, I was suspended. My student access was revoked. I packed my things from the dorm that night. My roommate helped. We barely spoke. Every time he tried, I just nodded or shrugged. What could I say? News spreads fast on campus. By the next morning, friends I'd known for years had ghosted me. Some unfollowed me publicly. Others posted vague messages. "Believe victims. Protect our girls." One guy I thought was close blocked me altogether. The silence of those who mattered felt louder than the noise of strangers. I tried not to Google myself, but of course I did. Posts, threads, entire comment chains dissecting my face, my behavior, my high school photos. People twisted memories into motives. A girl from freshman year claimed I always gave off weird vibes. Someone else said they remembered a time I lingered too long at a party. It was like I had become a character in a story none of them actually knew. Then came the call from the startup. They were letting me go immediately. Given the nature of the allegations, they said, "We can't continue the relationship." I didn't even try to argue. I checked my bank account again, still frozen. That was the day I knew I'd lost everything I had worked for. I went home and sat at the kitchen table while my mom reheated leftovers we weren't going to eat. My dad read the mail in silence. No one mentioned the envelope sitting on the counter from a scholarship foundation. I already knew what it said. I spent hours staring at the ceiling that night. Sometimes I'd catch my reflection in the window and not recognize the person looking back. Pale, hollow-eyed, 24, and already gutted. 3 days later, things got worse. A photo was leaked online, grainy, but clearly me walking out of the house that day. In the background, she was visible through the screen door, arms folded, watching. The post claimed I was fleeing the scene. Comments exploded with fury. Why didn't he stay if he had nothing to hide? Classic abuser behavior. Disgusting. It didn't matter that I'd left to avoid a confrontation, that I hadn't touched her. The story had written itself and I was the villain. Only a few people pushed back. My sister posting carefully worded updates. My ex's cousin who messaged again saying, "I'm scared she'll hurt someone else if she gets away with this." Then something shifted. I was in the living room scrolling through old texts to ground myself in something real when I noticed a message from months ago from her. A photo she sent from a beach trip. I'd barely glanced at it at the time, but the timestamp was strange, earlier than when she claimed we'd started talking privately. I forwarded it to my lawyer. He replied within an hour. "Don't delete anything. I'm getting a forensic expert." It was the first moment I felt a flicker of something I hadn't in weeks. Control. Maybe small, maybe meaningless, but real. It's hard to explain how fast everything unravels once you're branded something you're not. You don't lose things one by one. They fall away all at once. Your reputation, your stability, your future, like a trapdoor opening beneath you. I used to walk across campus feeling invisible in the best way. Just another guy in a hoodie with headphones and a backpack. Now, I couldn't walk 5 steps in public without feeling like people were staring, whispering, recognizing me from some post or thread. Except I wasn't on campus anymore. I wasn't anywhere really, just stuck. The university's decision came in the form of a brief email. I was permanently expelled. No hearing, no appeal. They cited protecting the community and maintaining campus safety. It didn't matter that nothing had been proven. The accusation was enough. My scholarships were revoked. That part stung worse than I expected. I'd worked for those hours of unpaid internships, essays, perfect GPA, gone. The money I had saved for the ring never got unfrozen. Between legal fees and account restrictions, I couldn't even afford gas most weeks. My parents tried to help, but their support came with glances. Questions they didn't ask out loud. My dad suggested I take a break from everything and lay low until it passes. My mom hovered, watching me eat, sleep, breathe like I was a glass about to crack. My friends vanished. No texts, no calls. Even the ones who had known me since high school, people I trusted, stayed quiet. I couldn't blame them, really. Who wants to publicly align themselves with someone accused of what I'd been accused of? The worst part was reading their silence. The way some of them still liked her posts. The way no one, absolutely no one, asked for my side. It got so bad that I started questioning my own memory. Did I look at her too long at that graduation dinner? Did I say something I didn't mean? Something she twisted into intent? Was there any version of the story where I made this happen? No. I knew the truth. I knew it with every cell in my body. And yet, the longer I stayed in that house, the more I felt like a shadow. Couldn't sleep, couldn't eat. I'd sit up until 4 in the morning just refreshing pages, reading what people said about me. One night, I came across a post where someone speculated that I had paid people to defend me online. Another said I probably had a burner account to stalk her. I closed the laptop and stared at the wall until sunrise. My lawyer was doing what he could, but everything moved slowly. The forensic expert was working on analyzing the messages, trying to prove manipulation or fabrication, but that could take weeks. Meanwhile, the court of public opinion had already delivered its verdict. Then came the job loss. It wasn't official yet, but the HR rep from the startup finally called me directly. She kept her voice cold, polite. Given the circumstances and to avoid further disruption to the team, We've decided to terminate your employment effective immediately. I didn't respond. There was nothing left to say. After I hung up, I sat in the driveway for nearly 2 hours just watching the sky change color. I felt like I was in someone else's life. The only people still in contact were my sister, my roommate, and the cousin. They were the only ones who hadn't flinched. But even they didn't know how to fix it. One night, when I couldn't take the silence, I messaged the cousin again. "Why are you helping me?" She replied almost instantly. "Because I've seen what she's capable of." That stuck with me. It meant more than I could say. But even that thread of hope was thin. Couldn't get a job. Every place I applied either Googled me or ran a basic check and never called back. The startup had been a lifeline, and now I couldn't even get hired to stock shelves at the Central Market downtown. Eventually, the legal bills started to pile up. My parents had already taken out a small loan to pay the retainer. Now there were follow-up fees. The forensic expert wasn't cheap. Every hour he spent cost more than I wanted to know. I thought about selling my car. Then I remembered I couldn't. It was in my dad's name. One afternoon, I overheard my mom on the phone with a family friend. She was crying. I couldn't hear everything, but I caught enough. "We just don't know who he is anymore." I went back to my room and stared at the ceiling for hours. I didn't cry. I just felt gone. Later that week, I looked up ways to change your name and disappear just to see what it would take. I wasn't planning anything. Not really. But the idea of starting over as someone else was the first thing that made sense in a long time. My sister noticed something was off. She didn't say it directly, but one night she dropped off food and sat with me for a while. "You don't have to prove anything to people who already decided you're guilty," she said. "You only need to survive this." I nodded, but survival felt like a stretch. At night, I started walking around the neighborhood. Put up, no phone, just air. One night, I made it as far as the bridge outside town. I stood there a long time watching headlights blur beneath me. My feet never moved forward. But the thought lingered. I kept walking. Some mornings I'd wake up and forget just for a second how much had changed. That brief moment between sleep and consciousness where everything still felt normal. Safe. Then the weight of it would return like a brick on my chest. There was a moment I remember clearly. A Tuesday, early December. Cold light creeping through the blinds. I opened my phone out of habit and saw an email from the county court confirming my next hearing date. No good news, no breakthroughs, just a reminder. This nightmare was real and it wasn't close to over. I wasn't allowed to leave town without permission. I had to check in twice a week with the court's pretrial officer. Not jail, but not freedom either. I couldn't go near her, near campus, near anyone involved. Even accidental contact could lead to arrest. That meant not going to certain stores, restaurants, or parks. The town shrunk around me. The financial hit was relentless. My account stayed frozen under fraud investigation. Legal bills climbed. I applied for work everywhere, even places that didn't usually require background checks. Nothing. The best I got was a 2-day temp gig moving boxes for a shipping warehouse. Paid cash, barely enough to buy groceries. My dad started watching sports in silence. My mom cried when she thought I wasn't listening. I caught my little cousin asking my aunt if I was the bad guy on the internet. Everyone knew. Everyone had an opinion. My sister kept showing up. She brought food, helped organize court paperwork, even made me laugh a few times. She never treated me like I was fragile, just angry, and she let me be both. My ex's cousin messaged me again. She'd heard a rumor that the younger sister had posted something anonymously in a private group, bragging about ruining a predator's life, and that everyone believed her like sheep. We couldn't prove it was her. The post had been deleted, but it burned itself into my brain. She wasn't scared. She was proud. At night, I would lie in bed and rehearse conversations I'd never get to have, with her, with my ex, with the people who turned their backs. I imagined screaming, explaining, asking them how they could abandon someone they knew. The worst part was I still missed my ex. Not her now, but her before. The girl who curled up against me during storms. The one who helped me study for my last exam. The one who believed in me, or at least I thought she had. Sometimes I wondered if she had doubts now. If anything made her question the story, If she remembered that I'd always stayed late to help her dad fix things. That I held her sister's graduation camera when no one else wanted to. That I'd planned to ask her to marry me. But if she did remember, she stayed silent. I couldn't stay in the house forever, but I couldn't leave either. The stares at the grocery store were brutal. Kids whispered. Parents pulled their daughters away when I walked down the aisle. A cashier once dropped my change like it was contagious. I stopped going out unless absolutely necessary. The depression hit hard. I stopped answering texts, even the ones from people trying to help. I stopped showering regularly. I stopped eating unless someone made me. I didn't care about anything anymore. I started Googling long-term side effects of false accusations. PTSD, suicidal ideation, loss of identity. It read like a checklist. There was one night I walked back to that same bridge, stood there again, watching the water. My hands gripped the railing so tight my knuckles turned white. I didn't climb, but I thought about it. I really thought about it. What stopped me wasn't hope. It wasn't bravery. It was my sister's voice echoing in my head. You only need to survive this. That word, survive. Not win, not clear your name, just survive. So I went home. The next day, I made a decision. I wrote out a letter, not to my ex, not to the sister, not even to the public, just to myself. A list of everything I still had. My sister, my roommate, that cousin, my breath, my mind, my story. I started documenting everything, every memory, every inconsistency, every hole in their timeline. I printed the photos she used and pinned them on my wall next to my own evidence. I listed the names of people who had defended me, the people who had ghosted me. I didn't know why I was doing it exactly. Maybe just to feel like I existed again, like I had a version of reality to hold on to. My lawyer called a few days later. The forensic expert had begun digging through the messages. There were inconsistencies in the metadata, timestamp anomalies, formatting mismatches. He wasn't ready to make a declaration yet, but he said, "There's something here. It doesn't line up." It wasn't justice, but it was a crack. That same night, I opened my laptop and started a document. I titled it with just the date. I began writing, not as a victim, not as someone trying to convince the world, but just as me. I didn't know what the end would be, but I wasn't done fighting. The email came late at night. I was lying in bed, laptop dimmed, just scrolling through the same pages I'd read 100 times. Legal forums, wrongful accusation blogs, message boards that mostly devolved into arguments. I almost didn't check my inbox, but there it was. Subject: Update from Digital Forensics. Preliminary inconsistencies found. I sat up so fast I knocked over a cup of water. The email was short, too short for what it meant. The analyst my lawyer had hired had discovered modification irregularities in some of the screenshots submitted as evidence. Message timestamps didn't match the time zone data embedded in the image files. The fonts used in the alleged texts weren't consistent with the messaging app's UI at the time they were supposedly sent. In other words, they were fake or at the very least altered. I stared at the screen for nearly a full minute before I could move. It was the first time in months that I felt something unfamiliar in my chest. Movement, not joy, not even relief, just motion. A shift. My lawyer called the next morning, voice cautious but upbeat. "This doesn't prove innocence yet," he said. "It gives us a reason to question the prosecution's primary digital evidence." That's big. He mentioned filing a formal motion to introduce a forensic report. "It may delay the trial," he added. "But delays might work in our favor. More time to build our side." We needed it because even though the evidence was starting to crack, the damage had already been done. The legal system doesn't care how your story looks on social media, and the public doesn't care what the courts say if the narrative is already cemented. A few days later, the cousin messaged again. She asked if I'd heard the rumors. Apparently, the younger sister was trying to tighten her story, telling different versions of the event to different people. Her explanation about how the alleged assault unfolded had changed twice in the past week. First, it happened in the hallway. Then it was upstairs. She even told someone at her college that it happened in the car. That night, I printed out my own timeline. Every detail I could verify. Where I was, who I spoke to, when I arrived, when I left. I even started mapping the layout of the house room by room. Felt obsessive, but it kept me from drowning. My sister offered to help. We sat at the dining table for hours with pens, markers, highlighters. "She's slipping," she said. "People who lie always do. They talk too much." I didn't say anything, but I hoped she was right. The court hearings were still weeks away, but I could feel the shift. The panic that had clung to me every second of every day began to loosen. Not disappear, but loosen. My lawyer said he had also reached out to a video forensic specialist to evaluate the voice memo she submitted. "We're not guaranteeing anything," he warned. "But if there are edits, we'll find them." Another surprise came a week later. A woman showed up at my parents' house. Someone I didn't recognize at first. It was an old friend of the cousin. She'd been in the same high school as the younger sister. She asked to speak privately. She told me carefully that the sister had done something similar once before, not with the police but with another guy, one of her tutors. She accused him of flirting, spread it around school, ruined his reputation. Then months later, she laughed about it at a party. Said she liked the way power felt. The woman said, eyes heavy. I asked if she'd be willing to write a statement. She nodded. It wasn't a silver bullet, but it was something. Meanwhile, the silence from my ex remained deafening. I knew we weren't going to talk. Not really, but some part of me still checked my inbox every night. I never stopped wondering if she believed any of it deep down or if her loyalty to her sister blinded her to everything else. But I couldn't waste energy there anymore. I had to survive the courtroom. Another small break came when the video expert analyzed the audio clip. There were inconsistencies, too. Too edited. Parts of the waveforms didn't match natural speech cadence. There were gaps, artificial compression patterns, signs it had been stitched together. Not conclusive yet, but enough for doubt. Doubt was all we needed. Reasonable doubt. My lawyer began prepping for the hearings differently now. If we push this, we can dismantle her version piece by piece. We just need to keep building. The support from my sister and the cousin became more regular. They checked in almost daily. Some nights we'd sit in the garage with folding chairs, just breathing cold air and listening to nothing. Nobody said anything profound. It wasn't like a movie, but it helped. The depression hadn't vanished. The fear hadn't disappeared. I still had nights where I'd lie awake unable to close my eyes. Still had moments where the panic would hit me out of nowhere at the sink, brushing my teeth halfway through tying my shoes. But now I had something I didn't before. Momentum, tiny, shaky, fragile. But it was mine and I wasn't going to waste it. It started with a voicemail. A short message from someone I hadn't heard from in months. Her father. His voice was tense, like he was forcing the words out. "I'd like to talk. Not on behalf of anyone. Just me." I didn't answer right away. I let it sit for a full day. I replayed it 12 times. Then I sent it to my lawyer. "Do not meet him alone," he said. "But this could mean something." I agreed to meet at a neutral place, a public library near downtown. He arrived 10 minutes early. I watched from across the parking lot. He looked smaller than I remembered. Tired. We sat at a table in the back out of earshot. He didn't waste time. "I don't know what happened that day," he began, hands folded. "I wasn't there. But I've been listening, watching, and some things don't add up." He didn't apologize. Didn't even say he believed me. But he did something better. He talked like someone who finally stopped lying to himself. "She's changed her story 3 times, he said quietly. Said it happened upstairs, then said it happened in the garage. But I installed a camera out there last summer. Motion activated. I forgot about it until last week." My heart stopped. He leaned in. "The feed stored to a private drive. I checked. It still works." I didn't breathe for a full 5 seconds. "And?" I asked, voice barely above a whisper. "You left the house before she claimed anything happened. You walked out alone. She followed and she didn't have a mark on her." My chest tightened. "I'm not here to fix what she broke," he said. "I can't stay silent anymore." That same day, he contacted my lawyer and turned over the footage. The camera showed me leaving the house exactly at 12:37 p.m. alone. No hesitation. She followed less than a minute later, clearly agitated, arguing with someone off-screen. She wasn't crying, wasn't shaking. No bruises, no panic, just anger. When my lawyer reviewed the footage, he said nothing at first. Then, "This is your spine. This holds everything together." The legal team filed a motion to introduce the footage into evidence. The prosecution tried to block it, claimed it was incomplete context and possibly manipulated, but the forensic expert confirmed the file's authenticity. Chain of custody was intact. Timestamps matched. Meanwhile, word started to spread quietly. Her cousin passed along whispers. Friends beginning to doubt. A few even unfollowed the sister on social media. Someone posted a vague message. "Not everything is as it seems." She replied in the comments, "Anyone who sides with abusers can unfollow me, too." But the tone had shifted. No more applause, no flood of likes, just silence. Then came her second mistake. In a supplemental statement filed with the court, she claimed I'd sent her another message. Recent. Threatening. The problem? It was sent from an account that had been deactivated for over 2 months. My lawyer cross-referenced login records. I hadn't accessed that platform since the suspension. The forensic analyst found more. The screenshot of the message had inconsistent pixelation. Layered text. It was digitally forged. We submitted a rebuttal. The prosecution, blindsided, began to falter. They requested more time, but the judge was firm. The trial date remained. And then came the final crack. That same woman, the cousin's old friend, agreed to give a sworn statement about the tutor incident. Her affidavit detailed how the sister had fabricated a similar accusation in high school. No police were involved that time, but the school investigated quietly. The tutor was reassigned. Nothing formal ever came of it, but the pattern was undeniable. My defense team assembled everything. The inconsistencies in her testimony, the forged messages, the untouched footage, the prior behavior. It was a fragile structure, but it was real, tangible, a picture of truth drawn in small, steady strokes. Still, I wasn't celebrating. I sat alone in my room the night before the trial and watched the video on repeat. Not because I needed to see it, but because I needed to remember who I was when I walked out that door. I had done nothing wrong, but proving it to the world had become my burden. The next morning, I put on the only suit I still had, the one I wore to my cousin's wedding last year. It didn't fit the same. I didn't either. The courthouse was packed. Local media had shown up. There were whispers, flashes, people pointing. I kept my eyes down and walked straight ahead. Inside, I sat at the defense table, hands folded, trying not to shake. The prosecutor cleared her throat, stood, and said the words I'd been waiting to hear for months. "Your Honor, the state is prepared to proceed." The courtroom felt colder than I expected. Not just from the air conditioning, something deeper. A quiet hostility in the walls, in the way people glanced sideways, in the nervous clicks of pens and shifting chairs. Day 1 of the trial. I sat at the defense table, trying not to grip the edge too tightly. My lawyer whispered instructions. Stay neutral. Don't react. Let the facts do the work. The prosecution began with an opening statement that felt rehearsed, emotional, calculated. They spoke about trust, power, betrayal. They painted a version of me that made my skin crawl. The room leaned in. The jury watched me carefully, not with anger, but curiosity, like they were trying to decode what kind of person I was. Then they called her. She walked in wearing soft colors, hair pulled back, a trembling hand clutching a tissue. It was all performance, but a convincing one. She sniffled before answering the first question. Her voice cracked in all the right places. When asked to describe the incident, she looked down as if reliving a trauma. She repeated her story, this version placing the event in the hallway, claiming I'd cornered her when no one else was home. She cried. The courtroom was silent. She described my aggressive tone, said she felt trapped, that I had touched her wrist roughly, that she had bruises. She said she was afraid to speak out because I was so close to her family, that she had screenshots of flirty messages, that I'd threatened her after the fact. Then she looked at the jury and said, "I just want to feel safe again." I could feel their eyes on me. She stepped down slowly. Her lawyer helped her off the stand. There was a buzz in the air, the kind of hush that comes after a funeral. My lawyer leaned toward me. It's her high note. Let her have it. Now we dismantle it. The second day we began to push back. First, the forensic analyst. Calm, methodical. He walked through how the screenshots had been altered, showed the timestamp inconsistencies, explained how metadata didn't match the alleged dates. These images do not originate from the device or account they claim to, he said clearly. Then came the audio expert. He pointed out the editing artifacts in the voice memo. There are clear digital seams, cuts, and splices consistent with fabrication. Still, the prosecution pushed. They claimed it didn't matter how the evidence was formatted, that victims don't always remember details perfectly, that trauma can scramble facts. Then we called her cousin. She was nervous but steady. She described the younger sister's history of attention-seeking, her tendency to twist stories. She likes to feel like she's the center of everything, she said. She once bragged about making a teacher cry. The jury listened, but it was the fourth day that changed everything. The brother of her old friend flew in from out of state. He'd never met me before, had no reason to lie. He told the jury about how in high school she accused him of stalking her after he rejected her at a party, how his school investigated, how it nearly cost him his scholarship, and how she laughed about it 6 months later. She said, "People will believe anything if you look like you've been hurt," he said flatly. Her lawyer objected, claimed it was hearsay. The judge allowed the testimony, citing character relevance due to a pattern of behavior. And then we showed the footage. My lawyer paused before hitting play. This is the timestamp security video from the family's garage, collected independently by the father of the accuser. It showed me leaving. No hesitation, no struggle, just walking out the door, keys in hand. Then her a full minute later, calm, unmarked, no signs of fear, just annoyed, irritated. She kicked the door frame on her way out. When the video ended, the courtroom was completely still. For the first time, I looked at the jury. Their expressions had shifted. Not pity, something else. Calculation. Doubt. The prosecution tried to regroup. Called a psychologist to testify about trauma response, saying victims don't always present consistently. But it was too late. The inconsistencies were too large, the evidence too clear. Outside, the media started to change its tone. A local journalist wrote a neutral piece titled, "Accuser's Claims Face Digital Doubt." It was the first headline in months that didn't call me a monster. The next morning, her father didn't sit with her family. Instead, he sat in the back row alone. My lawyer whispered, "They know it's slipping." Still, I didn't relax. Not yet. The judge had been clear. Both sides would finish presenting before any verdict. And trials don't end cleanly. They end with waiting, with uncertainty, with 12 strangers behind a door trying to decide your life. That night, I didn't sleep. I watched the video again and again, not because I needed proof, but because I needed to remember how close I came to disappearing. Court resumed on a Thursday. The energy in the room had changed. The jurors no longer looked at me like a question. They looked at her. Her lawyer tried to stall, raised concerns about the chain of custody, the video's resolution, even claimed the footage was inconclusive without context. But the judge had already reviewed the file, verified its metadata, reviewed the father's sworn affidavit. It was admissible. The defense requested to play the footage for the court again, this time with expert commentary. The lights dimmed slightly as the screen flickered to life. The room fell silent. The first frame showed the interior garage. Clear timestamp in the corner. 12:37 p.m. I walked out the door alone. My shoulders were stiff, but my steps were steady. I didn't hesitate. I didn't look back. I didn't say a word. The door closed behind me. Seconds passed. At 12:38 p.m., the door reopened. She stepped out, not crying, not shaking, not even distressed. She glanced around quickly, then slammed the door behind her, muttered something indistinct, and stormed toward the driveway. No bruises, no limping, no fear, just attitude. My lawyer let the footage run twice. Then the expert took the stand and explained how the video matched exactly with my cell phone's GPS exit ping down to the minute. No tampering, no edits, synchronized with cell tower data. The courtroom was so quiet I could hear someone shifting their coat in the back row. Then came the turning point. The prosecution scrambled to recover. They asked to call the accuser back to clarify her perception of the timeline. But when she took the stand again, she cracked. She started confident, repeating that she felt scared, that time was a blur, that maybe I'd gone out to smoke and come back in. But according to your original statement, you said he never left, my lawyer said, voice calm. That he cornered you in the hallway between the living room and the stairs. She hesitated. I remember things differently now. You also said the incident happened around 12:45 p.m. Yes, around then. Yet, we have a confirmed timestamp of the defendant exiting the property at 12:37 p.m. And this footage shows you leaving alone, visibly unharmed. She looked down. My lawyer continued, you followed him out. You were the one yelling. Do you remember what you were yelling? Silence. The jury watched her frozen. The judge leaned in slightly. Miss, you are under oath. You must answer. She swallowed hard. I don't remember exactly. Did the defendant ever come back inside? No, she whispered. Did he touch you at any point? No. The courtroom erupted in whispers. Her lawyer stood quickly. Objection. Badgering the witness. Sustained, the judge said. But the damage was done. The jury had heard it plain, unedited, from her own mouth. Her story collapsed in real time. Outside the courthouse, the local news vans had picked up on the case again. By lunch, headlines were already circling online. New video footage contradicts accuser in campus assault trial. I didn't smile. I didn't cry. I just sat there numb, letting the moment sink in. But then the prosecution made their final move. They requested to dismiss charges quietly. No jury verdict, no trial continuation. In light of new evidence, they said, the state moves to drop all charges without prejudice. My lawyer stood. We oppose that motion. We ask for a formal verdict from the jury. The judge considered, then ruled. The jury would deliberate. It didn't take long. After just under 3 hours, they returned. The foreman, a middle-aged woman with glasses and a calm face, stood and read the verdict. On the charge of assault, not guilty. On the charge of harassment, not guilty. On all counts, not guilty. I exhaled for the first time in months. My sister gripped my arm. My lawyer placed a steady hand on my shoulder. I turned and saw her father sitting in the back row, eyes closed, alone. The accuser had already left. There was no dramatic exit, no screams, no collapsing sobs, just quiet. Inside me, something had shifted. I wasn't just cleared. I was free. Freedom didn't feel like victory. It felt like ruins, the kind you walk through barefoot after the storm has already torn everything apart. The courtroom emptied slowly. Reporters lingered near the doors, whispering into phones, taking down notes that wouldn't come close to capturing what had happened inside those walls. My lawyer packed his notes without saying much. He didn't have to. We both knew what had been won and what hadn't. Outside, the sky was overcast. Fitting. We didn't go out for dinner. There was no celebration. Just a quiet ride home in my sister's car. She kept one hand on the wheel and the other resting near mine. She didn't say congratulations. She said, "You're safe now." And that meant more. But safe didn't mean whole. The prosecutor held a press conference 2 days later. Carefully worded, full of legalese. Given new evidence, the state has chosen not to pursue further prosecution. No apology, no admission of error, just closure sanitized for public consumption. Her name wasn't mentioned once. What did make the news, though, was the charge filed against her. Filing a false police report, tampering with evidence, both misdemeanors. She pleaded no contest. The sentence? 1 year of probation, 50 hours of community service, and a $1,200 restitution payment. No jail time, no public apology, no requirement to speak about what she'd done. Just a quiet agreement and a sealed hearing. The money didn't cover even a fraction of my legal fees. But I didn't contest it. I didn't want to see her face again. I didn't want her words, her excuses, her tears. I was done. Her parents stopped speaking to each other, then to the public. It leaked weeks later that they'd filed for divorce. Her father had moved out. Her mother had left the school board where she worked. No statement was ever issued. My ex reached out once. It was a short email. I saw the footage. I'm sorry. That was it. I stared at it for hours. I thought about replying, about unloading the 9 months of hell I'd been through, about telling her that love doesn't disappear. It gets buried under disbelief and silence. I didn't reply. She made her choice. I made mine. Some old friends messaged, too. Not many, a handful. The ones who had vanished when it all hit. I always had a feeling, one wrote. I didn't know who to believe, said another. They spoke like nothing had happened, like we could rewind. We couldn't. I didn't block them. I just left them on read. The ones who mattered had stayed. My roommate, my sister, the cousin. They were there when I was broke, hated, forgotten. Those are the people who count. My accounts were slowly unfrozen. I saw the balance for the first time in months. Barely 3 digits left. My car needs repairs. My laptop is cracked. I'd sold half my clothes trying to stretch groceries. The startup job wasn't coming back. Neither was school, at least not yet. I'd have to reapply from scratch. And people still whispered. Even after the verdict, I caught looks, saw posts that tried to reinterpret the trial. Not guilty doesn't mean innocent, someone wrote. It didn't matter anymore. The people who chose to hate me weren't interested in truth. They were interested in stories. And my name had made for a good one until it didn't. I went back to the courthouse one last time. Not for any official reason, just to sit, to breathe in the silence of that hallway where everything had begun. I found a quiet bench near the vending machines, closed my eyes, listened to the footsteps, the distant hum of fluorescent lights, and let the air move through me. 9 months. That's how long it took to destroy me. And now, piece by piece, I'd have to build something from the ruins. Not a comeback, not revenge, just a life. One that didn't revolve around pain. I knew that wouldn't happen here. Not in this town. Not where every sidewalk held a memory, a betrayal, a face I didn't want to see again. So I started making plans. Nothing big. Just research. Other cities, other schools, remote jobs, a way out. Because now I had what I didn't before. Freedom. And I wasn't going to waste it trying to get back what I lost. That part of my life was gone. I was going to build something new. Moving wasn't as symbolic as people think. It didn't come with a sunrise or a breakthrough. It came with a worn-out backpack, a half-broken laptop, and a one-way bus ticket to a city where no one knew my name. I didn't even tell most people I was leaving. My sister knew. My roommate helped pack. The cousin sent me a playlist for the ride. Songs to build something new. But beyond that, I slipped out quietly. No goodbye posts, no dramatic final photo, just gone. The city I chose wasn't special, just affordable. A mid-sized place with a decent community college and a late-night warehouse job that paid $12 an hour under the table. I rented a room in a shared house near the train tracks. The walls were thin. The heater rattled. My window faced a brick wall. It didn't matter. It was mine. Every night after work, I came home with sore legs, hands red from cold and cardboard dust. I'd shower, eat cheap pasta, and spend an hour reading course material online. I wasn't enrolled yet. I couldn't afford it, but I wanted to be ready. When the time came, I'd go back better prepared. My new life was small, uneventful, but quiet. No one here knew what happened. I didn't have to dodge glances or whisper apologies I didn't know. When people asked where I was from, I lied. Not to hide, just to protect the fragile distance I'd built between me and the person I used to be. Debt followed me, of course. My parents couldn't help anymore. I stopped checking the balance of what I owed in legal fees and student loans. The numbers felt abstract, too big to fight, too constant to fear. I made minimum payments when I could. Let the rest drift in the background. There were no friends here, at least not yet. Just coworkers who smoked outside during breaks, asking where I got my boots or what I thought of the night manager. I kept my answers short. Not rude, just careful. Trust had become a slow thing. Some nights I still woke up shaking. Flashbacks to the interrogation room, the look on her face in court, the emptiness in my girlfriend's eyes. I'd sit up sweating, heart racing, and remind myself, it's over. You're safe. You're here now. I wrote a lot. Not for anyone, just for myself. Pages and pages of what I remembered, what I felt, what I feared. I wasn't writing to forgive. I wasn't writing to heal. I just needed to get it out of my head so I could breathe again. One night, I wrote the sentence, I am not what they said I was. And I stared at it for a long time. That simple, that hard. Somewhere between week 6 and 7, I got an acceptance letter from the local university. Conditional admission. I'd have to attend part-time. Pay up front. No scholarships, no safety nets. I said yes anyway. I took out another small loan. This one co-signed by my sister. I promised her I'd never miss a payment. She just said, don't worry about the money. Just keep moving. Classes were hard. My brain felt slower, rusted, like a machine that hadn't been used in too long. But I forced myself to focus. Late-night lectures on algorithms, video walkthroughs, discussion boards where no one knew what I'd survived. I wasn't at the top of the class, but I wasn't drowning. For the first time in a long time, I was just living. And some days that was enough. I still kept in touch with the cousin. She never asked for updates, just sent things. Articles about people who'd been falsely accused and survived. Memes, songs, reminders that she was still in my corner. I didn't tell her everything. Not about the nightmares. Not about the bridge I'd stood on. But I thanked her every time. Because without her, without my sister, without a handful of people who never left, I wouldn't have made it here. I never filed a civil suit against my accuser. Part of me wanted to, but the other part, the part that just wanted peace, won. Instead, I kept my head down, built structure from wreckage. I learned to find comfort in repetition. Same breakfast, same bus stop, same textbooks. I learned to stop looking over my shoulder. Learned that the world doesn't forget. But it does move on eventually. And I learned that sometimes surviving means starting over one tiny step at a time. No clean slates, just quieter scars. 3 years. That's how long it took to get from the ashes of that courtroom to where I am now. Not in leaps, not in redemption arcs, just slow, uneven progress. Some days forward, some days lost, but enough to build something resembling a life again. I live in a quiet apartment on the 2nd floor of a weathered building about 15 minutes from where I work. It's nothing fancy, old pipes, thin walls, but it's mine. A little messy, comfortable, real. I work in software now, entry-level, the kind of job where I write lines of code all day, fix bugs someone else left behind, and occasionally sit in on team calls. It's not glamorous, but it's steady, and it keeps the lights on. I earned my degree last spring. Took longer than it should have. 2 schools, 3 changes of major, and enough late nights to forget what sleep is, but I got it. No cap and gown moment, just a confirmation email, and later a diploma in a cardboard tube. I hung it on the wall beside my desk. Not because it proves anything to the world, but because I earned it and I didn't quit. The debt still lingers. I make payments every month chipping away. Rent, groceries, student loans, utilities, it all stretches tight. But it stretches. I know how to live lean. That part never left me. The dog came about a year ago. I wasn't looking for one. I'd stopped by a shelter just to kill time. But there she was, small, scruffy, older than most of the others. No one had claimed her in weeks. Her name on the card was Milo, but it didn't fit. I renamed her June. She doesn't bark much, just follows me around the apartment, sleeps at the foot of the bed, and perks up every time I reach for my keys. She saved me from the echo of an empty home. I didn't realize how quiet my life had gotten until there was something else breathing beside me. My sister still calls twice a week. We talk about everything and nothing. She's married now, happier than I've ever seen her. Some nights she sends photos. Her and her husband on hikes, their backyard garden, the dog they adopted to keep up with me. The cousin sends messages less often now, but always at the right time. Birthdays, bad anniversaries, random Fridays when the world feels off. She says she's back in school herself, studying counseling. Wants to work with trauma survivors. I don't know if I had anything to do with that. I hope I did. I don't hear from the rest. No one from that family. No former friends who disappeared when things turned. Not even my ex. She never reached out again after that email. And that's fine. I don't need closure from people who abandoned me. I don't need to reopen wounds just to see if they've healed. Some scars stay. There are days I still wake up clenched. Days when my chest tightens over nothing. Crowds still make me nervous. Accidental eye contact with strangers still spikes my heart rate. I avoid courtrooms. I avoid stories about false accusations. I avoid mirrors when I'm too tired because I still expect to see someone who doesn't deserve peace. I'm here. I walk June every morning. Black coffee. Same route. I nod at the neighbors. I check emails. I clock in. I live. That word means more to me now than it ever did before. I'm not the same person who sat in that interrogation room 3 years ago. I'm not the boy who thought love could protect him. I'm not the man who begged strangers to believe him while the world turned away. I don't need anyone to believe me anymore. I know who I am. That's enough. This life I've built, it's not perfect. It's small, unfinished, but it's mine. And no one else gets to write it for me again. I still think about what happened, sometimes more than I want to, but it doesn't define me anymore. It shaped me, changed me, nearly broke me, but I'm still here. And every time I step outside, leash in hand, June pulling toward the corner, the cold air in my lungs reminds me of one quiet, stubborn truth. They tried to destroy me, but I lived. Now on to the next story. Story 2. My stepsister tried to kick me out of her birthday party. But then everything changed. I hadn't been home for months. I knew in my heart that it would hurt to cross that doorway again. Not because I was too busy, but because even there I carried a bag that suddenly seemed too heavy. As I stood at the door of my parents' house in Charleston, the fragrance of old magnolia and salt filled the humid air. It should have felt like coming home, but it was more like walking into a trap. Even before I knocked, the door opened with a creak. As she stood there, my mother's smile, which never reached her eyes, was the same polished smile she had worn throughout my existence. "Honey, look at you!" With a high, bright voice, not wanting to ruin her lipstick, she gave a quick kiss to the air near my cheek. "You still look very serious, don't you? A little color wouldn't hurt you, you know?" I held back a little laugh and entered. My dad barely lifted his head from the page. Not that he was reading. Maybe a nod, but just a normal grunt. Then my younger sister, Brooke, was sitting on the sofa as if she owned the space. She tapped her manicured nails on the armrest and smiled at me slowly and smugly. Well, if it isn't the family's golden goose," she commented kindly. I clenched my fist behind my back and left my luggage by the entrance. There was no point in arguing. I was very aware that I couldn't win with them. The table was already set for dinner, looking elegant, as if they were entertaining a dignitary guest. But it felt more like they were preparing me for a murder. The glasses clinked too loudly. The knives scratched the plates. We ate in this dense and unpleasant stillness. With my stomach in a knot, I nibbled at my roast chicken. Brooke cleared her throat abruptly halfway through, as if she were making a great revelation. "So," she added in an effort to sit up straight, "I've decided to celebrate my birthday this year. Just a small celebration at the Grand Carlton. Nothing too extravagant." I blinked. One of the most expensive places in town was the Grand Carlton. My foot. Small party. Brooke kept twirling the fork between her fingers. "And I've already spoken with the event coordinator. The sum is around $220,000. But don't worry, Issa has you covered." Honestly, I thought for a moment that I had misheard her. I waited for my parents to reprimand her for being silly and laugh about it. Instead, my mother simply smiled more broadly. "Isn't it exciting, my love?" My father continued. "After everything that's happened, your sister deserves something special, and you're doing so well." Without looking at me, he added, "It's nothing for you." My heart pounded hard against my ribs, afraid my hands would shake. I gently put down the fork. "You spoke with the event coordinator?" I asked slowly. Of course, Brooke replied indifferently. I told them you'd get in touch for the payment. I looked at all of them, feeling something deep inside me twist and crack. It wasn't just the money, not even the entitlement. It was the way they talked about it, as if it was already decided. As if my only value to them was in what I could give. As if I wasn't a daughter or a sister, but a bank. I swallowed the lump in my throat. No one asked me, I said quietly. Oh, come on, Issa, my mother said, waving her hand as if I were being difficult. Don't be dramatic. It's just money. Family comes first. I pushed my chair back slowly, the legs scraping the floor. Every instinct in me. I wanted to scream, throw the wine glass across the room. Finally tell them what they made me feel. But I didn't. Instead, I stood up, smoothed my hands over my skirt, and smiled cold and small. Excuse me, I said, my voice almost firm. I left the dining room without looking back, my heels hitting against the polished wooden floor. I reached the front porch before the tears burned my eyes, but I blinked them back. They didn't deserve my tears. They had made it clear that I was nothing more than a wallet with a heartbeat to them. And maybe for the first time I truly believed it. But I wasn't going to stay silent forever. Not this time. I drove back to my house in silence, my hands tied around the steering wheel. Charleston passed in a blur of neon lights and thick summer air, but I barely saw any of it. I just wanted to forget that dinner had happened. I told myself it wasn't worth getting upset about, that I had more important things in my career, my peace, my own life. But the universe apparently had other plans. I had barely taken off my heels and collapsed on the sofa when my phone buzzed on the coffee table. I picked it up without thinking, still half lost in my thoughts. An Instagram notification flashed on the screen. Brooke had posted a new story. Normally, I wouldn't have cared, but something about the moment made my stomach twist. I touched it. It was a video, a slow and mocking tour of a small, modest house with peeling paint. My house, my shabby blue sedan was parked in the front, looking even sadder under the harsh filter she used. In the background, Brooke's falsely sweet voice said, "Oh, bless her heart. She tries so hard to be independent. How precious." The next clip showed Brooke and some of her friends laughing so hard they could barely breathe, wiping tears from their perfectly made-up faces. Crying emojis floated across the screen. The caption read, "When your older sister earns 6 figures, but lives like it's 1995. Hundreds of laughing emojis filled the comments section. Former classmates, distant cousins, people I hadn't heard from in years, all laughing at me as if I were a walking joke. I sat there staring at the screen, my blood boiling under my skin. I could feel it practically the way they looked at me. No, not like a person, not even like family, just as an accessory in their little performance. A punching bag to make themselves feel taller. My first instinct was to strike back. I could have posted screenshots, aired dirty laundry, reminded everyone who had paid for Brooke's car, her college tuition, her endless shopping. I could have humiliated her just as easily. But I didn't. I locked my phone, put it face down, and took a deep, shaky breath. If I attacked, they would win. They wanted a reaction. They wanted me to look bitter, jealous, and pathetic. I wasn't going to give them that satisfaction. No, if this was going to end, it was going to end my way. The next morning, I threw myself into work. I buried the pain under spreadsheets and project deadlines, keeping my head down, focusing on the future I was building, piece by piece. Without them, I told myself it was over. Then, around noon, there was a knock on my office door. I looked up and my heart dropped to the floor. My mother was there, all sunshine and pearls, holding a carefully wrapped banana bread, as if she were some kind of saint. She opened the door further without waiting for me to invite her in. "I thought you might like a little treat," she said cheerfully, placing the bread on my desk, as if that erased everything. I sat with my hands crossed in my lap. "What do you want, Mom?" Her smile tensed slightly. From her large purse, she pulled out a manila envelope and placed it next to the bread. I stared at it. "I already knew. This is just a formality," she said. waving her hand as if it were no big deal. Brooke needs to finalize the reservation at the Grand Carlton. They need proof of funds. I didn't move. You just need to sign it, she added, tapping the envelope lightly. So, they can charge your account directly. It wasn't a request. It was a fait accompli. They hadn't come to ask me. They had come to inform me as if I were an ATM. They just needed the PIN. I felt something in me splinter slow, deep, and permanent as she stood there smiling. Memories I had buried years ago came flooding back like a dam break. Being 8 years old and throwing up in a trash can during a school trip and mom whispering, "Do you have any idea how much this day costs us?" Being 12 and wanting new shoes for basketball tryouts only to hear, "We made sacrifices for you. Don't you dare ask for more." Being 17 and offered a full scholarship to a university 3 states away and feeling guilty for staying close to home because they need me. It had never been about love. It had always been about debt. And in their eyes, I would never ever finish paying it. I looked at my mother, at the polished nails and carefully styled hair, at the banana bread that sat there like some kind of twisted peace offering. "No," I said quietly. Her smile faltered. "I'm not going to sign anything," I said, my voice quiet, almost eerily so. "I'm not going to pay for Brooke's party, and I'm not going to give explanations." For the first time in my life I saw it. The panic flashed in her eyes before she masked it again. I carefully picked up the banana bread and dropped it in the trash can next to my desk. I slid the envelope right after it. "This ends now," I said. She stared at me for a long second, breathless. Then she turned sharply on her heels and left without saying a word. The door closed behind her, and for the first time in years, I could breathe. 2 days later, I thought that maybe, just maybe, it was over. I had cut the umbilical cord, explained myself clearly, but I should have known. It was a Tuesday afternoon, heavy with humidity and buzzing with the sound of lawnmowers outside my office window, when an email landed in my inbox. No subject, just a scanned document attached. I clicked on it, feeling a slow dread crawl up my spine. It was a contract from Dylan Morris, the assistant of Brooke's fiancé. And it wasn't just any contract hidden in all the polished legal jargon and elegant stamps. There was a trap, a small silent clause that said if Brooke didn't pay for the expenses of her birthday party, the total balance would be automatically charged to me. No court hearings, no prior notice, just a clean, direct grab at my accounts. I sat there staring at it for a long time, my stomach knotting tighter and tighter. They had gone behind my back and arranged this knowing I had already said no. I didn't scream. I didn't pick up the phone to unleash hell upon them. I simply closed the file, leaned back in my chair, and stared at the ceiling. They thought they could outsmart me, that I would be too shocked, too embarrassed, too emotional to fight. Smart. They didn't realize that the girl they raised, whom they blamed and controlled, had been gone for a long time. If they wanted a war, they would have it. But it wouldn't be loud. It would be silent, calculated, and it would hurt exactly where it mattered. That night, I stayed late at the hotel. Well, I managed Windmill House, my second home, my real home if I'm being honest. The place was quiet. The hallways dimmed for the night. The distant hum of the kitchen staff cleaning up. The only sound. I sat in my office with Anna, my operations manager, who had been with me from the beginning. Loyal, brilliant, and more cunning than anyone gave her credit for. I told her everything, every humiliating detail. When I finished, she slowly shook her head, her blonde curls bouncing around her shoulders. "They're playing a dirty game," she said. "But luckily for you, they forgot something." "What's that?" I asked, exhausted. "You own this place?" she said simply. "And they left fingerprints all over the crime scene." I frowned. "What do you mean?" Anna opened the reservation system on her tablet and showed me. There in black and white was the confirmation of the reservation for the Grand Ballroom, the hotel's largest space in Brooke's name. Without my authorization, without a deposit, without discussion, nothing. "They booked it without permission?" I asked with a tense voice. "Yes," said Anna. "They used your name and your credentials to speed it up. And Dylan's assistant sent an email to the event team pretending to be from your office. We have the IP addresses." We have the emails. I leaned back, stunned but almost impressed. They had done it all. If they had put half this effort into their own lives, maybe they wouldn't need to suck from mine. Anna smiled, a slow, dangerous smile. We're going to document everything, she said. Every unauthorized reservation, every email, every call log. We'll build a case so airtight they'll drown in it. And then, I asked. And then, she said, closing the tablet. We pull the rug out from under them at the worst possible moment. I nodded slowly, feeling something cold and firm settle in my bones. For the first time in a long time, I didn't feel helpless. I felt prepared. No more guilt. No more doubts. They had declared war the moment they decided that my life, my work, and my money were theirs to take. Now it was my turn. The morning of Brooke's big party dawned hot and heavy with thunderstorms brewing near the coast. I sat at my desk in Windmill House, drinking coffee that had long gone cold, watching the security cameras with a steady hand. Brooke's small gathering had turned into a circus overnight. Vendors rushed in with mountains of flowers, boxes of champagne, and gold-rimmed dinnerware. The staff ran trying to keep up with the impossible demands. And Brooke, my sister, my blood, was right in the center of it all, barking orders like a dictator. From the monitor in the corner, I saw her rant at the receptionist about the floral arrangements. Peonies, she said. Peonies, not whatever these wilted weeds are. She screamed, sending a $500 bouquet crashing to the floor. She stormed into the ballroom next, snapping her fingers at the waiters, scolding the coordinator until the poor girl's hands visibly trembled. I could hear her tantrums resonating through the security feed. Even without turning up the volume, it was no longer just bossy behavior. It was cruelty. And throughout it all, I sat still, documenting everything. Every insult, every broken rule, every act of disrespect against my employees, my family at Windmill. Anna was by my side recording the timestamps and extracting camera clips into a secure file. Do you have enough to cancel it 3 times over? She said quietly, looking at me. I didn't respond. I just nodded once, slow and sure. They thought they could walk into my world and treat it like their playground. They thought they could silently humiliate me and loudly celebrate. But they forgot who owned the ground they were standing on. The last straw came 1 hour before the event began. Brooke cornered one of the newest waiters, a sweet boy barely 19, and threw a tray of hors d'oeuvres all over his uniform because she didn't like how he smiled. I slowly closed the laptop, stood up, and smoothed my dress with trembling but steady hands. It was time. I walked through the hotel corridors like a ghost. No one paid attention to me, busy as they were with the last-minute chaos. I slipped down the side hallway and up the wide staircase that led to the grand ballroom, our most opulent venue, reserved for nights that were supposed to be unforgettable. I reached the top just as the guests began to enter. Brooke's future in-laws were there, rich, polished, proud. I recognized Mr. and Mrs. Lawrence immediately from their photos, elegant, stern, not the type to be impressed by tantrums. Beckham Lawrence, Brooke's fiancé, awkwardly stood by the champagne table, fiddling with his cufflinks. Brooke herself fluttered like a queen dressed in a shimmering gold gown, flipping her hair, laughing too loudly. It would have been almost impressive if you didn't know how rotten it was underneath. I waited until the room was full, until the music softened and all eyes naturally rose to the grand staircase. And then, without saying a word, I stepped forward. The room fell into such complete silence that you could hear the hum of the lamps. I didn't need to raise my voice. I didn't need theater. I simply stood there looking at them composed and calm. Good evening, I said, my voice firm. My name is Issa Whitaker. Some people whispered in confusion. I smiled slightly, letting the moment pass. I am the owner of Windmill House, I said, and I would like to personally welcome you to my hotel. There was a moment of silence. Then a wave of confusion spread through the crowd. Brooke's face twisted, first with confusion and then with horror. I saw the color drain from her cheeks when realization hit her. This was my territory. She wasn't the queen here. She was an intruder. I let my gaze sweep around the room, resting for 1 second on Mr. and Mrs. Lawrence, who looked visibly startled. Then calmly I continued. Unfortunately, I said, pausing enough, due to a series of contract breaches, unauthorized reservations, and behavior towards the staff that violates our policies, this event is canceled with immediate effect. A gasp swept through the room. Brooke stumbled forward, hands fluttering. You can't do this. I'm family. I tilted my head slightly. No, I said softly. You are a guest, and guests are expected to behave. Two uniformed security guards appeared silently at the edges of the ballroom, respectful but firm. Brooke turned to Beckham with wide eyes, pleading, but Beckham wasn't looking at her anymore. He was staring at me, and in his eyes was respect, admiration, maybe even a little regret. Around him, his parents stiffened sharply, whispering to each other. Their looks at Brooke went from disapproval to total disgust. I made one last gesture to the staff, who began to silently escort the guests out and turn off the music. Brooke stood frozen in the middle of the shining ballroom, furious and completely alone. And I turned, walking quietly back down the hallway, my heels hitting softly against the marble. I hadn't shouted. I hadn't pleaded. I hadn't stooped to her level. I had simply let the truth do what it always does when you stop protecting the wrong people. I let it burn. The hallway outside the grand ballroom was eerily quiet, except for the sound of Brooke sobbing. I didn't need to look back to know what I would see. Her sinking to the floor, mascara running down her cheeks, fists clenched in helpless rage. She had lost everything in one go. The party, the respect of her future in-laws, the brilliant image she had built like a house of cards. But I didn't stop. I didn't kneel beside her. Didn't offer her a hand or a handkerchief or a soft word of comfort. I walked past her head high, my heart steady for the first time in years. It wasn't cruelty. It was clarity. She had made her choices. Now, finally, she would have to live with them. I stepped out into the cool night air, the sky loaded with stars and the acrid smell of rain in the distance. It felt like breathing fresh air after being underwater for too long. I didn't expect what came next. The next morning, my phone buzzed as I reviewed reservations at my desk. I looked at the caller ID and froze. I let it ring and ring. Finally, something in me gave way and I answered. Isa, he said, his voice husky, rough as gravel. I heard what happened. I said nothing, waiting. He sighed heavily as if I was already being difficult. Don't push it any further. Okay. Brooke has had enough. There was the truth I had always known, but never wanted to believe. It had never been about justice or fairness, regardless of the cost. It had always been about keeping the harmony and making the golden child happy. I had the choice to argue. I could have begged him to finally come visit me. However, I didn't. I simply hung up after a goodbye, Dad, gently enough. Suddenly, without fanfare or ceremony, the last bond that tied me to them broke. I refrained from crying. I refrained from screaming into my pillow. Anna would have been ready to support me as she used to do, but I didn't even inform her. After sitting there for a while and letting the stillness descend upon me, I realized it wasn't as painful as I had anticipated. There was a feeling of freshness. It was 2 weeks later. Windmill House flourished. During the period, word quickly spread that the owner valued integrity above money and stood up for her employees. Prominent clients began to contact us for conferences, celebrity weddings, and business retreats that would make us famous forever. It seemed I was building something more powerful and mine every day, brick by brick. Then one night, as the sun was setting and painting the sky a melted golden hue, Dad sent an email. It had only 5 lines, no arguments or spectacular explanations. It simply said, I apologize for the way I treated you. It wasn't fair to you. I wish you the best, Marshall. Late but authentic. I let it sink in for a while as I sat there looking at it. I didn't respond. I didn't have to because I discovered something along the way that I had never been taught. Retaliation doesn't bring true peace. It doesn't come through shouted apologies or authorized triumphs. It comes simply from leaving without requiring their presence, their change, or their permission to be free. I softly turned off the laptop, stood up, and went out to the hotel balcony. The metropolis below hummed softly, alive with new beginnings and vitality. I took a deep breath and smiled to myself because it didn't have to be like this, not because everything was perfect. I made my own decision, and I hope you understand, too. If you're reading this and have ever been taken advantage of, mocked, excluded, or made to feel less by those who should have cared for you, you don't need their approval to recognize your worth. You don't have to keep being appreciated only for your contributions. You can leave. You are capable of creating something better. Peace can be found by walking away stronger, not by fighting. Now on to the next story. Story 3. It was nighttime and I had just experienced an unexpected and intense encounter with a man I barely knew. I'm not a shallow woman. I did it because I was broken inside. My boyfriend, who I had been dating for 3 years, left me to move to England with a rich woman. Before leaving, he told me I wasn't kind, considerate, or attractive in front of his friends. I pretended to be strong, but deep down I was shattered. To forget the pain, I went alone to a bar and drank more than usual. It was in that bar that I met that man, although the next day I could barely remember his face. Suddenly, I heard the sound of running water. He was taking a shower. I opened my eyes slowly and realized I was in a luxurious hotel room. The morning sunlight lit up the sheets, and my shoes were scattered on the floor. I adjusted the sheets and noticed my body was a bit sore, maybe from the intensity of the previous night. When I tried to move, I felt a slight discomfort. I closed my eyes, and fragments of those moments flooded my mind, bringing intense emotions. I placed my hand on my forehead, trying to piece together the confused memories rushing through my mind. I felt a mix of confusion and regret. That man had gotten so close to me, and although I didn't want to admit it, that moment had been intense. But it wasn't the time to think about that. I had never been in a situation like this with a stranger, and I didn't know how to handle it. I decided to escape before he came out of the bathroom, so I got dressed quickly, grabbed my purse, and quietly headed to the door. However, before I could leave, the bathroom door opened and a stunningly attractive man appeared. He had thick golden hair and a face that could captivate anyone. Through the slightly open bathrobe, I could see his athletic build. My heart started racing, and my emotions spiraled out of control. This man was way more handsome than my ex. Suddenly, memories from the night before flooded my mind. His passionate embraces, his intense kisses. Just thinking about it made my cheeks flush. I shook my head, trying to push those thoughts away, but I couldn't calm down. In contrast to my nervousness, he seemed completely calm. When I looked up, I noticed he was staring at me from head to toe, as if evaluating me. I saw the corner of his mouth curl into an expression of disdain. Why was he looking at me like that? The man walked over to the bed and grabbed his wallet. Inside was a thick wad of bills. What did that mean? Was he trying to pay me for what happened between us? He was treating me like I was just some... I felt deeply offended and decided to hit back without thinking twice. I pulled out the $150 I had in my purse and threw it on the bed before he could give me his money. I crossed my arms and, with fake calm, said, "Even though you're handsome, last night wasn't as memorable as you think. This is what you're worth to me." I said it so he wouldn't realize I didn't have much money. "What did you say?" he asked, his voice full of anger. There was no turning back. No matter how embarrassed I was, I had to keep my composure. To make my performance more convincing, I walked up to him and gave him a few pats on the shoulder. "Maybe you should improve a bit," I said seriously. "Once you get more experience, you'll be able to charge more." After that, I turned around and walked out of the room as fast as I could. As I ran, I heard the man cursing loudly. I had clearly made him furious. I didn't dare stop and only walked faster. If he tried to stop me, I knew I wouldn't be able to resist. Fortunately, he didn't follow me. When I left the hotel, I was still trembling with nerves. I placed my hand on my chest, grateful for getting away so quickly. I didn't want anything to do with that man ever again. I didn't know his name or where he lived, and that gave me some peace of mind. After breakfast, I decided to go to the office. On the way, I got a call from my mother. "Carla, sweetheart, today is your Uncle Marcos's 60th birthday. We're celebrating it with a dinner at the hotel. With Raphael, you have to come. No, Mom, I don't want to go, I replied. I knew if I went, I'd have to see my father and my stepmother. Even though I was an adult, I still couldn't forgive my father for betraying me and my mother. Your Uncle Marcos and Aunt Paula have always been so good to you, my mom insisted. They were the ones who asked me to invite you. I knew my uncles had always supported me. When my father left us, I was under 10 years old. Without them, life for my mother, Emmy, would have been much harder. After thinking for a moment, I said, Fine, I'll go. Please don't cause any problems when you see your father, my mother pleaded. Don't worry, neither of us will make a scene, I assured her before hanging up. I remembered how my mother had knelt in front of my father, begging him not to leave us. She was willing to tolerate his cheating just so we could have a home. But my father wasn't satisfied with that. In the end, he not only divorced my mother, but also took all our money, leaving us with not a single cent and no place to live. Since then, only my mother and I knew how much we had suffered. When I got to the office, I tried to push those bitter memories aside. I arrived just in time and headed to my desk, where my coworker Diana walked up to me with a smile. Hey, honey, she greeted. Didn't you break up with your boyfriend? You look kind of sad. Diana and I had always had a good relationship, and I knew she didn't mean it in a bad way. Last night, I spent $150 on someone to keep me company and heal my broken heart, I said. Only that much? Diana pursed her lips. A man that cheap can't be very good. I knew she wasn't serious. We always joked like that, and anyone listening would think we were super liberal, but in reality we were quite conservative. Even if I had told her I slept with someone, she'd assume I was joking. I decided not to explain any further and just laughed. By the way, Diana said, changing the subject, I just heard the company has a new boss. I'm just an assistant, I replied. I don't care who the new boss is. But, she continued, I heard he's the heir of the Whitmore Group. His father's a top government official, and his mother's the president of the headquarters. And he's young and good-looking. All the women in the company are dying to see if the rumors are true. Sounds like someone way out of reach, I said calmly. I doubt any of us could even get close. At that moment, my supervisor Fernando approached us. The new boss is taking over, he said seriously. Everyone above department manager level must attend the introduction meeting in the conference room. I grabbed my notebook and pen and followed him. Diana winked at me, asking me to snap a photo of the new boss. But as soon as I walked into the conference room, I saw it was packed. Since I was just an assistant, I sat in a corner. Honestly, I wasn't interested in the new boss. At that moment, I could only think about the man from that morning. I remembered the look on his face when I threw the $150, and I couldn't help but smile. Looking back, maybe I had gone too far, but he looked at me with disdain, and he took out his wallet like he was going to pay me. I just returned the favor. Suddenly, the sound of applause snapped me out of my thoughts. A handsome man in a black suit entered the conference room, surrounded by people. I stared at his face for several seconds, unable to believe what I was seeing. Why was he here? I rubbed my eyes, thinking something was wrong with my vision. When I opened them again, I realized the new boss was the man I had spent the night with. I had spent $150 on him, and now he was my boss. Oh my God. My heart pounded in my chest, and all I could think was, what am I going to do now? When he walked into the conference room, surrounded by directors and managers, everything inside me froze for a few seconds. Even the air felt heavy. I didn't know his name, didn't know where he lived, and that had given me some sense of relief. But now he was right there in front of me, my new boss. I tried to make myself as small as possible in the corner of the room, lowering my shoulders and keeping my eyes glued to my notebook, pretending to take notes. But inside, I was spiraling. The memories from the night before hit me harder than I wanted to admit. Not just the kisses and touches, but the exact moment I threw the money on the bed, trying to salvage some dignity after feeling humiliated. And now, how was I supposed to look him in the eye? But the most unexpected thing happened. Good morning, everyone, he said, his voice firm and confident. It was the same voice that had whispered in my ear just hours ago, but now it carried the weight of a leader, not a one-night stand. It's an honor to be here. I'm looking forward to working with all of you and taking this company even further. Applause filled the room. I clapped slowly, still in shock. He spoke like nothing had happened, like I was just another employee, like we hadn't spent the night together, like I hadn't thrown $150 in his face. He scanned the room, offering polite nods and smiles to each group of employees watching him with admiration. My heart raced when he looked in my direction. For a brief second, our eyes met. My breath caught, but what I saw in his gaze shocked me even more. Nothing. No trace of anger, mockery, or even recognition. Just a respectful nod, cold and professional. I didn't know whether to feel relieved or even more panicked. After the presentation, we all returned to our departments. I tried to walk fast, nearly tripping over my own feet, desperate to avoid him. But as I reached my desk, I heard footsteps approaching. "You're Carla, right?" My whole body went cold. It was him right behind me. I turned slowly, trying not to show the panic crawling under my skin. "Yes, sir," I replied weakly. "I'm the new CEO, but I guess you already know that," he said with a polite smile, extending his hand like last night never happened. "I'm trying to meet the team. I hope we'll work well together." I shook his hand, my palm nearly sweating through my skin, and nodded slightly. My heart was pounding so hard I could barely hear myself think. He was really pretending nothing had happened. "I work in admin as an assistant to management. If you need anything, I'm happy to help," I mumbled, trying to sound normal though I knew my voice trembled. "Great. I'm glad to hear that," he replied in the same polite tone. "Good work, Carla." And then he left. That was it. He just walked away, left me standing in the middle of the hallway feeling like the floor was about to swallow me whole. I went back to my desk in silence, feeling ridiculous. How could he act like that? Had that night meant nothing at all to him? Had he done this with other women before? Spending the night and then pretending they never existed? I felt stupid, small, disposable, and worst of all, now he was my direct superior. He ran everything, and me? I was just an assistant trying to hide my shame. The morning dragged on. I couldn't focus on anything. Every step in the hallway made me flinch, terrified he'd appear again. I tried to distract myself with spreadsheets, emails, documents, but everything looped back to him. I remembered his touch, the way he looked at me when I undressed, and then the disgust, the wallet, the money. Had I been delusional? Did I really believe, even for a second, that that night meant something, that he had felt a connection? Now I understood, to him it was nothing. And the way he acted like I was a total stranger made it even worse. At lunch, I sat with Diana, trying to hide the weight crushing my chest. She went on and on about how good-looking and charming the new boss was. Every woman in the company was already fantasizing about him. "Did you see the way he walks? The way he talks? My God, Carla, he looks like a movie star. I'd marry him tomorrow," she laughed. "Yeah, he's impressive," I muttered, pushing my food around without appetite. "I think he looked at you during the meeting, you know," she added. "Maybe he liked you." I almost choked. "No way, he was just being polite." I lied, forcing a smile. Inside, I was falling apart. I knew this wasn't over because even if he pretended like nothing had happened, I was sure of one thing. He wasn't going to let this go. And somehow, someway, he'd make me pay for it. Just not today. He was playing a game I didn't know the rules to, and the worst part? A part of me still trembled just remembering him. The week went on as if nothing had happened, at least on his end. Me? I was living in a constant state of anxiety. I was on edge all the time. Every time I heard footsteps in the hallway or the elevator doors opening, my whole body would tense up. It felt like I was walking around with a rope tightening around my neck, waiting for the final pull. And of course, he was everywhere. Showing up in meetings, walking through different departments, talking to managers, smiling politely at everyone. Always calm, always professional. That's what threw me off the most, his composure, his restraint. I couldn't read him. I didn't know what he was thinking, and that scared me. In my mind, I had already imagined 1,000 different scenarios. In one, he demoted me. In another, he fired me for inappropriate conduct. In the worst of them, he exposed everything to the whole office. Even if he was pretending that I didn't exist, I couldn't shake the feeling that at any moment I'd be stabbed in the back. So when the executive assistant approached my desk with a slight smile and said, "He'd like to see you in his office right now," I froze. "Me?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "Yes, Carla. He specifically asked for you." Felt like a death sentence. I took a deep breath, closed my file without saving it, and walked down the hallway like someone heading to an execution. I knocked on the door lightly, holding my breath. "Come in," he said from inside. His voice calm and still unsettling for all the wrong reasons. I pushed the door open and stepped inside. He was sitting at his desk, flipping through some documents, his sleeves rolled up neatly to his elbows. He didn't even look up right away, just gestured toward the chair in front of him. "Please sit." I obeyed in silence, my hands clenched tightly in my lap, eyes fixed on some random spot on the desk. My stomach was a knot of nerves. Finally, he lifted his gaze and looked at me. His face was serious but not cold. "Carla, I wanted to speak to you. Just the two of us." I nodded but said nothing. "I've noticed you've been uncomfortable since that day, and I understand," he said, his tone surprisingly gentle. "I think it would be unfair of me not to clear things up." That caught me off guard. The last thing I expected was for him to acknowledge what had happened. "About that night," he continued, and for the first time I saw a flicker of uncertainty in his expression. "I was alone at that bar. I'd had a terrible day, personal stuff. I just wanted to forget my life for a while. And then I saw you. You were beautiful, but your eyes. You looked so sad, like you were carrying the weight of the world." My cheeks burned. I sat frozen, unsure whether this was a trap or something else. "I approached you because I genuinely just wanted to talk to someone. I wasn't expecting anything to happen. You were kind, we talked for hours, we drank, we laughed, and things happened." But he paused, meeting my eyes directly. "At no point did I want to disrespect you. I never intended to treat you like you were less." The image of his wallet, the wad of bills, flashed in my head like a warning sign. He noticed the shift in my expression and added, "I wasn't offering you money. I swear. That was to pay for the hotel. I was going to check out first and wanted everything covered so you wouldn't have to deal with anything. It wasn't what you thought. I didn't even realize how you'd taken it until you threw the money at me and stormed out." I swallowed hard. For the first time since that morning, I started to think maybe I had misunderstood everything. I was stunned. "You left so fast, looked so hurt," he continued. "I thought the best thing to do was respect your reaction and stay away." He was slowly dismantling the wall I had built up in my mind. I wasn't sure if I should feel relieved or ashamed. "I had no idea you worked here," he added softly. "When I saw you at the meeting, I was just as surprised as you were. But Carla," his voice grew firmer, "I have no intention of hurting you. Not professionally, not personally. I don't want you to feel uncomfortable here, and I definitely don't want revenge or to humiliate you." I looked down, my throat tight. "I'm sorry," I whispered. "I thought you were disgusted with me, that you saw me as someone cheap. I was so embarrassed. I thought you were going to retaliate or try to make me pay for reacting the way I did." He let out a quiet sigh and leaned forward a bit. "I get it, really, and I don't blame you for thinking that. But now you know it wasn't like that. I want us to be able to work together with respect, without tension, and if possible, without resentment." I nodded slowly, still stunned by how different this conversation was from the nightmare scenarios I had played out in my head. He wasn't just being kind, he was being honest, open. "I won't bring this up again unless you want to," he added. "This is the last time I mention that night. You have every right to move on however you choose." "Thank you for saying all that," I said softly. "And I'm sorry again for how I reacted." He gave a faint smile, and it wasn't smug or cold. It was calm, genuine. "It's okay, Carla. Sometimes all we need is to understand each other's side. Have a good afternoon." "You too, sir," I said, standing up. When I walked out of his office, The hallway didn't feel as suffocating anymore. I was still confused, still scared, but something inside me had shifted. Maybe he wasn't the monster I had built in my mind. And maybe, just maybe, the real problem was everything I still hadn't forgiven in myself. After that conversation in his office, things began to change. Not just between us, but inside me. At first it was subtle. He looked at me differently, or maybe I was just allowing myself to see him differently. I kept telling myself it was nothing, that he was only being polite to avoid workplace tension. But the truth was messier. He'd stop by my desk more often, sometimes under the pretense of checking on reports, other times just to say something random that would make me laugh. I started noticing how easily our conversations flowed, how comfortable I felt near him, and that terrified me. I was starting to look forward to the sound of his footsteps down the hallway, and when he didn't show up, I noticed, and I hated that I noticed. I tried to stay grounded, remind myself of everything that had happened, but it was hard when he kept proving through little things that he wasn't who I thought he was. He wasn't cold, he wasn't calculating. He was attentive. Even one Thursday afternoon, while I was at the printer, he showed up beside me with a coffee in hand. You get so focused when you're working. Almost makes me afraid to interrupt. I smiled, half embarrassed. It's the only way I survive around here. You do more than survive. You keep this place moving. Your manager can't stop praising you. Have you been asking about me? I teased, raising an eyebrow. He shrugged, a little too casually. I like to know who actually gets things done around here. I laughed. And in that moment, he said it. Are you free tomorrow night? I froze for a second. I just stared at him. He continued before I could say anything. Nothing fancy, just dinner. I cook, wine, conversation. No pressure. You can even escape out the window if it gets awkward. Do you invite all your assistants to dinner? I asked, half joking, half testing. Only the ones who arch their eyebrows like that, he replied. I laughed, even though my stomach twisted. Against all logic, I said yes. Fine. But if the food's bad, I'm telling everyone in the building. Deal. Friday night, I showed up to his apartment more nervous than I wanted to admit. He answered the door in an apron, sleeves rolled up, the kitchen full of amazing smells. He looked domestic, real, nothing like the image of the CEO I had built in my head. Dinner was surprisingly perfect. We laughed, talked about books, movies, childhood stuff. He told me how he hated formal galas and always felt like he was pretending to be someone else. I told him how I hated being called strong, like it was a compliment, when in reality it just meant no one ever checked to see if I was okay. He listened. No interruptions, no judgment. He didn't try to kiss me. He just held my hand across the table. That simple gesture did more to shake me than any night of passion ever could. And then it hit me like a punch to the stomach. The dinner. Not this one, but the one tomorrow, the one I'd agreed to for my Uncle Marcos's birthday, the one I couldn't get out of. I pulled my hand back instinctively. He noticed. What's wrong? I shook my head quickly. Nothing. Just remembered something. I have to do something bad. I sighed and set my wine glass down. A family dinner. My uncle's turning 60. My mom begged me to go. That doesn't sound so bad. It does when you know my family, I said, trying to laugh it off. My dad will be there. And his wife. His face changed slightly, just enough to let me know he was listening closely. I looked away and added, he left us when I was a kid, took everything. My mom and I had nothing, no money, no home. He didn't care. And now he walks around smiling like he's some devoted father. He didn't say anything. He just waited, letting me speak. My uncles, Paula and Marcos, were the only ones who really helped us. They insisted I come, so I'm going. But I hate it. I hate pretending everything's okay. He took a breath and leaned in just a bit. You're stronger than you think. Not really, I whispered. Yes, really. You're going even though you don't want to. That says a lot. It wasn't just what he said. It was how he said it. I felt seen, heard, understood. And that scared me more than anything. He didn't pressure me to stay, just walked me to the door and gave me a hug. A slow, soft hug. No ulterior motive, just warmth. But inside me, a storm had started, because I was beginning to fall for him. Really fall. And tomorrow, I'd have to face the part of my past I'd tried so hard to bury. I didn't know if this thing between us would survive it. I wasn't even sure I would. The next morning, I woke up with that all-too-familiar weight in my chest. Today was the day of the family dinner. The one I had promised my mom I'd attend. The one I dreaded since the moment she called. I kept telling myself I was fine, that I was prepared, but every time I thought about walking into that hotel ballroom and seeing him, my father, playing the role of the perfect dad, I felt like I was being dragged into a nightmare I never fully woke up from. I tried to distract myself, pacing around the apartment, switching outfits 3 times, curling and then straightening my hair again. Nothing helped. Then my phone lit up with a voice message from him. Voice message: "Hey Carla, I've been thinking about it all night, and I don't want you to go alone. If you let me, I'd like to go with you. No labels, no pressure. You don't even have to introduce me as anything more than a friend. But I want to support you. If you need to leave early, we leave. I'll be with you, whatever you need." I stared at the screen for a long moment, my heart racing. No one had ever offered to stand beside me like that. Not like this. No guilt, no control, no expectation, just support. I replied, "I'd really like that. Pick me up at 7. His answer came back quickly. A smiling emoji and a simple "I'll be there." When he arrived, I was already dressed. Nothing too flashy. A simple dress, subtle makeup, but the tension in my shoulders was impossible to hide. He looked at me for a second, really looked at me and said, "You look beautiful." I gave him a small smile. It wasn't vanity I felt. It was relief, gratitude. "Let's go," I said softly. The dinner was held at an elegant hotel ballroom. Everything looked perfect, polished, pretentious. Too many people acting too impressed with themselves. But none of it bothered me as much as him, my father. He was smiling and chatting like he hadn't blown our lives to pieces, like he hadn't abandoned my mother and me without a cent. And my stepmother, dressed like royalty, greeting everyone as if she had been born into the family. But then I glanced to my side, and he was there, calm, steady. He met my eyes and gave me a slight nod. A silent "I've got you." My Aunt Paula and Uncle Marcos came to greet me with open arms, just like they always had. The only real affection I ever knew in that family. And when they saw him beside me, their curiosity was obvious, but not judgmental. "And this is?" my aunt asked, raising an eyebrow with a half smile. "A friend," I said quickly. He extended his hand, polite and composed. "It's a pleasure. I just came to keep Carla company. I know how important this night is." My uncle gave him a firm handshake and chuckled. "Good. I'm glad she's not going through it alone. She's got this habit of trying to carry the world by herself. It's exhausting." I nodded, feeling my throat tighten. My uncles always understood more than I gave them credit for. Throughout the evening, he stayed by my side. When my father tried to approach me, flashing his fake little smile, he slyly stepped between us. Not aggressive, but firm, just enough to set a boundary, just enough to let me breathe. He didn't speak for me, he didn't take control. He just stood with me. When the dinner ended, we left before things could get uncomfortable. As we walked to the car, we stayed silent for a while. Once we got in and closed the doors, he turned to me. "Can I ask you something?" "Sure," I said, already knowing where this was going. "That night at the bar, why were you there alone?" I looked out the window for a moment, then closed my eyes and exhaled. "Because my ex dumped me in the most humiliating way possible. 3 years together and he ended it over text. Said he was moving to England with some rich woman. Said I wasn't interesting enough, that I wasn't the type people liked, that his friends pitted him for dating me." I laughed bitterly. I felt like trash, so I went to the bar alone. I didn't know what else to do with all that pain. There was a pause. And then, to my surprise, he said, "Is her name Lena?" I blinked, turned toward him, stunned. How do you know that?" He gave a small, dry laugh. "I know her very well, actually. My dad nearly lost everything because of her. She targets wealthy men, makes them feel invincible. Then once she's sucked everything out of them, money, influence, even reputation, she moves on to the next one. I sat there stunned. You're telling me she's going to leave him too? She already is. He probably hasn't figured it out yet, but I bet anything she's already meeting someone else. That's her pattern. Always. I shook my head, trying to process it all. But he wasn't finished. I have an idea. If you want, we can make sure your ex knows exactly what he gave up. Not just knows, feels it, but only if you want it. My heart throbbed in my chest. It wasn't about revenge. It wasn't even about him anymore. It was about me, about taking back the power I'd let others take for so long. I looked at him, his calm, serious face, and I knew he wasn't playing games. He wasn't offering petty payback. He was offering a chance to reclaim my story. I want to hear it, I said softly. He smiled. Then let's talk. And in that moment, for the first time in years, I wanted something real with someone. Not because I needed saving, but because for once, someone chose to stand beside me. In the days that followed, I couldn't stop thinking about his words. I have an idea. If you want, we can make him realize what he lost. At first, I hesitated. It sounded childish, like something a bitter ex would do just to stir up more drama. But the more I remembered the things my ex had said, the coldness, the cruelty, the way he dumped me like I was nothing, the more I realized he had walked away without ever facing the consequences. And me? I was left shattered. So yes, I wanted him to feel it. Not out of hate or spite, but because he needed to know that he hadn't broken me, that I got back up, that I was worth something. What's the plan? I asked, sitting beside him in his apartment one evening. He smiled slightly and said, Lorena is obsessed with her image. She thrives on appearances. If she finds out he's only with her for her money, she'll walk away in a heartbeat. And how would she find out? He pulled out his phone and showed me pictures, interviews, event footage. She was definitely someone who moved in social circles and cared deeply about status. We won't need a public scandal. Just a quiet truth delivered directly. A message. A recording. I paused. I actually still have one of voice notes from when he told me that, at least now he'd have a real luxury lifestyle. He said, being with her was an upgrade financially speaking. He nodded, satisfied. Perfect. Let me handle the rest. Within 48 hours, he created a fake account. Nothing too obvious, it looked like a mutual friend from her circle. The message was polite, simple, just a heads up. Then came the recording, edited to sound clear, real, undeniable. And then, silence. 3 days later, my ex messaged me. What the hell did you do? Lorena blocked me on everything. She dumped me. Said someone sent her a recording. Said I'm a gold digger. Was that you? I stared at the screen for a while, then typed. I just showed her who you really are. He tried calling twice. I didn't answer. 2 days after that, he showed up at the entrance of my building. He looked awful, pale, disheveled, completely stripped of that fake charm he always carried. You ruined my life, he said, his voice trembling. No, I replied calmly. You ruined mine. I just held up a mirror, and I closed the door in his face. What followed was unexpected peace, but not just from the revenge. It was more than that. I started seeing my boss, this man who had stood by me quietly all along, with new eyes, not because of what he had done to my ex, but because of what he had done for me. He never pushed, he never rushed me. He respected every silence, every scar. He made space for me to just be, and in that space I began to heal. One evening, we were doing something simple, washing dishes together after dinner, when he looked at me with that calm, steady gaze and said, Can I ask you something? As long as it's not about who's doing the floors next, I joked. He laughed softly. I want to be with you officially. No secrets, no confusion. I want you to be my girlfriend, Carla. I froze for a second, not from fear, but from something even deeper, hope. Are you sure? I asked, my voice low. I've been sure since the day you threw $150 at me, he said with a crooked smile. I blushed, laughing and burying my face in my hands. Ugh, don't remind me. He disappeared into his room for a moment, then came back with a small box. I wanted to return something. Inside the box were $150, perfectly folded, and a small handwritten note. "You're worth far more than this, but still, I owe you this back." I couldn't help it. I laughed, and then I got a little choked up, because it wasn't about the money. It was about what it meant. "I'll take the dollars," I said with a smile, "and I'll be your girlfriend." He pulled me into a hug, and for the first time in a long time, there was no fear, no tension, no pretending. Just peace, just truth. And I realized that real love doesn't always arrive like a fairy tale. Sometimes it starts in chaos and confusion. But when it's real, And for the first time in my life, I knew. I never expected to hear about him again. Not after everything that had happened. After Lorena dumped him, I assumed he would vanish from the map, crawl back into his hole, wounded pride and all. But sometimes life, or fate, has a way of serving justice more perfectly than we ever could. I found out through a mutual acquaintance, someone who still followed both of us online and occasionally sent me gossip. The message was short, but the irony in it made me smirk without meaning to. "Did you see X? He's stuck in England. No money, no job, no way to come back. Karma, right?" I clicked the link out of curiosity. It wasn't a public scandal, not a viral headline, but it was something. A post in a group for Latin American expats in London. A man abandoned by his partner, stranded abroad without resources, sleeping on a friend's couch, asking for help to return home. No valid visa, no work, no safety net. It was him. The same man who told me I wasn't enough, the one who left me for a wealthier woman, the one who looked me in the eye and said he was moving on to a real life. Now he was alone, broke, stuck, powerless. Did I feel pity? No. Anger? Not even. What I felt was something far stronger, indifference. And that's when I knew the revenge was complete. Because the best revenge isn't loud. It isn't dramatic. It's quiet. It's in the silence of knowing you've built a life so good that their fall doesn't affect you anymore. My life had changed completely. Him, the man from the bar, the one I once thought would be a mistake I'd never shake, was now the best thing that ever happened to me. And not just because he was kind or gentle, but because he saw me. We'd been together for 3 months. 3 honest, steady, joyful months. Not a fairy tale, but something real. He knew everything. My past, my pain, the damage my father caused, and never once did he make me feel small because of it. He never tried to fix me. He just stood beside me, patient, steady, present. And that's what healed me. We had our own rhythm now. Lazy Sunday mornings, dinners cooked together, small trips, quiet laughter, inside jokes. He'd hold my hand without needing to say anything. And for the first time in my life, I felt safe. Not because I had to be strong, but because someone finally made room for my softness. Sometimes I'd watch him from across the room and think about how it all started. That night in the bar, the worst night of my life, and somehow the one that changed everything. I was broken, lost, humiliated, and now I was whole. My relationship with my uncles grew stronger too. After the birthday dinner, they reached out more, invited me to lunch, and even included him without hesitation. "He's calm," my Aunt Paula said, smiling. "But you can tell he looks at you with respect. That's what matters," my Uncle Marcos added. "After all you've been through, you deserve someone who doesn't make you carry the world alone." My mom? She cried when I told her we were officially together. "I just wanted you to be with someone who sees your worth," she said, holding my hands. "Someone who makes you feel safe." We were closer now, she and I. We could talk about the past without pain. We even laughed about some of it. We were healing, both of us, in our own ways. And my father? He kept pretending. He sent texts now and then. Things like, "I don't want us to be distant," or "I'll always be your father." But I didn't reply. Not out of spite, but because I didn't need to. I didn't need his approval. I didn't need closure. I had moved on. One night, we were sitting on his balcony, sharing a cheap bottle of wine and a blanket, the city lights sparkling in the distance. He looked at me and said, "Do you ever think that maybe that night at the bar was exactly what needed to happen?" I smiled. "I think about that all the time. I went to the darkest place in my life and somehow found light. He squeezed my hand gently, kissed my forehead, and then whispered, "All thanks to one bad night and $150. I laughed. The worst $150 I ever threw away, and the best I ever got back. "You're worth millions," he said, looking at me the same way he always did, like I mattered. And in that quiet moment, without a grand gesture or dramatic ending, I realized something simple but powerful. I survived. I rebuilt. And I was finally living. Not perfectly, but fully loved, safe and free. Now on to the next story. Story 4. I'm Travis. I'm 29 years old. I work in IT, and I live about 2 hours away from the small town I grew up in. I visit home when I can, a couple weekends a month, most holidays. But if I'm being honest, it's always a bit of a gamble. Sometimes I come away feeling nostalgic and reconnected. Other times, it's like stepping into a time capsule where I'm still the black sheep, still the overly sensitive one, still the one who left. That's not what they say out loud, of course. No. In my family, everything toxic is wrapped in a smile and a casserole dish. Passive aggression is practically a love language. I'm the middle child, sandwiched between my golden boy older brother, Darren, who could set the house on fire and still be called charismatic, and my younger sister, Lacey, who's always been everyone's fragile little darling. Even though she's 25 and has a full-time job, Darren works in sales and he's, well, charming, in that way that makes you feel like you're being sold a vacuum cleaner, even when you're just trying to have a normal conversation. He's always been the favorite, not in a he thinks he is kind of way. No, our parents never really tried to hide it. If I got a B+ on a test, they'd ask why it wasn't an A. If Darren got a C, they'd joke that the teacher was probably just intimidated by his brilliance. I used to try hard to bridge the gap. Overachieving in school, saving money, being responsible, but it never really landed. At some point, I just stopped trying to win them over and focused on building my own life. I moved out, found a job I enjoy, adopted a cat, and even got into a long-term relationship that, for a while, made me think I was finally building something solid. Her name was Kira. We met through mutual friends, dated for almost 3 years, and I was really starting to think she might be the one, until I found out she'd been cheating on me with someone I knew. It broke me for a long time, and I don't think my family ever really understood how much it hurt. My mom's reaction was basically, well, these things happen. My dad, true to form, offered up a distracted grunt and changed the subject to football. Darren, of course, joked that maybe I should have just proposed sooner, as if commitment issues were contagious. So, when Thanksgiving rolled around this year, I was actually looking forward to it. Weirdly enough, I'd had a rough few months, thrown myself into work, and hadn't visited home in a while. I thought maybe a holiday dinner, some turkey, old movies, and maybe even a few laughs would be a welcome reset. I even offered to bring dessert, and my mom sounded upbeat when I called a week before. "Of course we're doing Thanksgiving," she said. "Same time as always. Looking forward to seeing you, sweetie." But then, 5 days before Thanksgiving, I got a text. "This year we're skipping Thanksgiving. Just keeping it small. Nothing personal. We'll make it up to you." That was it. No call. No explanation. Just a bland, neutral message with the emotional warmth of a weather report. I stared at it for a while, wondering what keeping it small meant. My first instinct was to assume it was about finances. Maybe something came up. Maybe Dad wasn't feeling well. I asked if everything was okay, if they were still getting together at all. Mom replied, "Just going to be me, your dad, and Lacey. Darren's out of town for work. Nothing big this year." It stung. I won't pretend it didn't. I'm not the most sentimental guy, but something about being quietly cut out like that, like I was just another guest who could be uninvited, left a bad taste in my mouth. I told myself it was fine. I picked up a rotisserie chicken and some frozen mashed potatoes from the store, ate alone, and watched Netflix with my cat, trying not to think too hard about what my family was doing or what they weren't telling me. And then the photo came. It was my cousin Claire who sent it. She and I aren't super close, but we've always gotten along. The kind of cousin who remembers your birthday and sends funny memes once in a while. The photo was a group shot of the dining table. A full spread of food, candles, wine glasses, plates loaded with stuffing and cranberry sauce. Claire was sitting next to Lacey. Across from her was Darren, very much not out of town. But it wasn't Darren that made my stomach drop. It was the woman next to him. Kira, smiling, sitting at my family's Thanksgiving table. I stared at the photo for a long time. My brain tried to fill in excuses. Maybe it was someone who just looked like her. Maybe it was old. Maybe it was... No, it was recent. Claire had captioned it, Happy Turkey Day, with a string of emojis. The timestamp was from 20 minutes ago. My heart started pounding. I could hear the blood rushing in my ears. I texted Claire, trying to keep it casual. Hey, is that Kira in the picture? Her response came quickly. Yeah, Darren brought her. Didn't you know they were dating? I didn't answer. I just stared at the screen. My chest felt tight. The air in my apartment suddenly felt too thin. My ex, the woman who cheated on me, was now dating my brother, and my family invited her to Thanksgiving and lied to me so I wouldn't come. I don't even remember grabbing my keys. I was halfway to my car before I realized I hadn't changed out of my sweatpants. I didn't care. I drove the 2 hours to my parents' house like I was on autopilot. Every mile ticked by in a blur. My thoughts were a loop. Darren and Kira, my mother's fake text, the photo, the fact that nobody thought I deserved to know, that they just excluded me like I was the problem. When I pulled up to the house, every light was on. I parked across the street and sat there for a minute, trying to calm down, but I couldn't. I got out and walked up to the sidewalk. The windows were glowing with that warm, familiar light. I could hear muffled laughter through the walls. I crept closer to the front window, staying out of sight, and that's when I saw them. They were all at the table, every single one of them. My dad carving the turkey. Lacey showing something on her phone to Claire. Darren had his arm around Kira, whispering something that made her giggle. My mom was lighting a second candle. There were name cards at each place setting. Mine wasn't there. But then I saw something that made me stop cold. Something that turned my pounding heart into a silent, heavy thud in my chest. I couldn't move. Not at first. My feet were planted there on the cold front walkway like they'd fused with the concrete. I stared through the window, blinking to make sure I wasn't hallucinating, that I hadn't conjured up some cruel mirage. But no, it was real. As real as the scent of pine trees in the air. As real as the sound of Kira's laugh filtering through the walls. As real as the place card at the far end of the table. Darren had taken my usual seat, the one at the corner next to Lacey, and placed a name card that said D+K Love. That was what made me stop cold. Not just that my brother brought my ex-girlfriend to Thanksgiving. Not just that he lied about being out of town. But that he sat her in my seat and had the audacity to use that stupid little heart like they were proud. Like they'd claimed something. Like it was a joke and I was the punchline. My fingers clenched into fists. I could feel my breath coming in short bursts. My rational brain was screaming at me to walk away, to go back to the car, cool off, take a walk, anything. But my body wasn't listening. I felt like I was back in high school again, standing outside the gym watching Darren charm his way out of detention while I got written up for being 5 minutes late. Like I was 14 again, hearing Mom say, "Just let it go, Travis. He didn't mean it like that." Like I was 17 again, hearing Dad say, "Why do you always make everything about you?" And now they were all inside, carving turkey and pouring wine, as if they hadn't just gutted me like a fish. I walked around the side of the house, heart racing, boots crunching softly on the gravel. I knew the side window would be cracked. Mom always left it slightly open for circulation. I leaned close, barely breathing, and caught more of their voices. "So, Kira," my mom was saying, "you'll have to give me that recipe for the sweet potato casserole." Darren said, "She made it from scratch." "Oh, it's nothing," Kira replied with a laugh I used to think was cute. My mom always said the trick was marshmallows and cinnamon. Super unhealthy, but super good. "I told you," Darren chimed in, his voice full of smug pride. "She's the full package. I got lucky." My mother actually giggled. "You two really are adorable." Adorable. I stood there in the dark like some pathetic ex-boyfriend in a movie. Except this wasn't fiction. This wasn't someone else's drama. This was my life, and they had rewritten it without me. I should have left. I should have walked away and never looked back. But when I heard my name, everything changed. "Do you think Travis knows?" Claire asked quietly. "I didn't realize you guys were, public." Darren gave a snort. "Travis is always off in his own world. You know how he is. He gets so intense. It's probably better this way." My mom sighed. "He just doesn't handle things well. He holds on too tight." Then Kira chimed in. "I didn't mean for it to happen, but I honestly feel like Darren and I just get each other on a different level. Travis was sweet, but I never really felt seen." That word hit me like a slap. Not loved, not understood. Seen. I stepped back from the window, my face burning. I was shaking now, not from the cold, but from the sheer force of betrayal pressing down on my ribs. Couldn't breathe. This wasn't just about Thanksgiving. It wasn't just about Darren. It was the culmination of years. Years of being overlooked, gaslit, brushed aside. Years of being told I was too emotional while Darren could do no wrong. Years of trying to be the good son, the quiet one, the fixer. The one who came home for birthdays, called on anniversaries, sent Christmas gifts, and pretended like the cracks weren't growing deeper every time. This was the moment those cracks turned into a canyon. I stumbled back to my car, hands trembling, ears buzzing with the leftover laughter I could still hear echoing from the house. I sat in the driver's seat for what felt like forever. My phone lit up with a new message from Claire. "Hey, you okay? Didn't mean to upset you." I didn't answer. I stared at the glowing screen until the message disappeared. Then I opened my camera roll. I scrolled back to the last picture I had of Kira and me together. It was from last Christmas, standing in front of my apartment tree. She was wearing one of my sweaters. I looked happy in the picture. So did she. I deleted it. Then I opened my notes app and started writing. It started with a list. Not a revenge plan. Not yet. Just a list of things that suddenly felt clearer than they ever had before. Darren has always taken what he wants. Mom always covers for him. Dad avoids confrontation by pretending nothing happened. Kira doesn't just betray people. She rewrites the story to make herself the hero. I've never demanded respect from them. I've always asked for it like it was a favor. And under all that, I wrote, "They think I'll stay quiet." I didn't go home that night. I drove around until I found a cheap motel off the highway. The clerk didn't even look up when I handed him my card. I sat on the edge of the bed for a long time, lights off, staring at the ceiling. That was when the memories started pouring in. Little things I hadn't thought about in years. Darren accidentally throwing out my science fair project in the 8th grade. Mom telling me not to make a scene at my own graduation when my name was skipped during the shoutouts. Kira flirting with Darren at a 4th of July barbecue 2 years ago. I'd noticed, but brushed it off. Even then, something had felt off. But I didn't trust my gut. I wanted so badly to believe I was just being insecure. But I wasn't. They were all so good at making me question myself. That was their real talent. Not honesty, not loyalty, just the ability to bend reality around their comfort zones. I didn't sleep much that night. The next morning, I woke up early, stomach aching, mind still buzzing. I went back through my messages with my mom. I noticed something I hadn't seen the day before. A text from 2 weeks ago where she said, "Darren's been so busy lately. We might not see him till Christmas." A subtle little breadcrumb to lay the groundwork. They'd been planning this in stages. I opened Facebook. Darren hadn't posted anything about Kira. Of course, he hadn't. That would have risked someone tagging me, alerting me. Everything was calculated. I kept digging. On Instagram, Kira had a private account, but her profile picture had changed. It was her and someone else in silhouette, standing in front of what looked like my parents' back porch. The photo was taken at dusk. I zoomed in. It was Darren. No question. That photo had been uploaded 4 days ago, before Mom told me they were keeping it small. My chest felt like it was caving in again. But this time I didn't cry. I didn't scream. I felt hollow but focused. I started writing again. Not just notes, not just angry bullet points. I started writing down the things I remembered about my parents' house. Not memories, but facts. The layout, the Wi-Fi password, the location of the breaker box, where they kept their mail, what time they usually left for work. I wasn't planning anything yet, but I needed to understand what I was working with. Later that day, I got a text from my mom. "Hope you're doing okay. We'll do a little something at Christmas. Just low-key this year." I didn't respond. I think she expected me to be hurt, but manageable. The kind of upset that simmers quietly. The kind of upset she could handle with a warm pie and a hug that smells like fabric softener. But this wasn't that. Something had broken. And when it broke, something else started to wake up inside me. A different version of me. One that didn't want to be pitied. One that wasn't interested in apologies made over green bean casserole. One that had spent years watching, listening, and quietly building a backbone. And in that moment, I realized something. They thought cutting me out would keep things simple. They had no idea what they'd started. I didn't eat much for the next few days. I told myself I wasn't hungry, but the truth was, my stomach felt like a cold, hollow drum. Every time I tried to swallow anything more than coffee or toast, I'd feel that lump rising in my throat again. The same one I'd felt standing outside the house, watching my family laugh around the table I'd once been a part of. Thanksgiving was supposed to be about togetherness, about family, about gratitude. But what I got was a front row seat to my own erasure. I called in sick for the rest of the week. Nobody at work questioned it. I'm usually dependable to a fault, so when I said I needed time, they gave it to me. I spent those first few days drifting in and out of sleep, wandering through my tiny apartment like a ghost. The cat, Moose, must have sensed something was off. He followed me from room to room, curling up near my feet and letting out little chirps like he was trying to comfort me. It helped a little. Rock bottom isn't always dramatic. Sometimes it's just quiet. A slow, heavy silence that settles into your bones. I didn't feel angry anymore. Not exactly. Anger takes energy. I was past that. I was something colder, something deeper. I wasn't crying in the shower or throwing things against the wall. I was just existing like someone had turned down the volume on my entire life. And yet, in that silence, something shifted. One morning, maybe the 5th or 6th since that night, I woke up at 6:43 a.m. for no reason at all. The sky was still dark. Moose was curled against my back. I stared at the ceiling and thought, what if I never let them do this to me again? Not just Darren, not just Kira, but all of them, my family. What if I stopped shrinking myself to fit into their expectations? What if I stopped trying to earn a seat at a table they clearly didn't want me at? I got out of bed, made a fresh pot of coffee, and opened my laptop. I started with something small, updating my LinkedIn. Just a new header photo, a sharper summary, a couple of posts I'd been meaning to share from my last project. I wasn't even sure why I was doing it. It just felt like motion, and I needed motion. That small act triggered another. I responded to a recruiter message I'd ignored a week ago. Then I cleaned my desk, organized the cables, and rearranged my second monitor setup. By noon, I'd overhauled my resume. By dinner, I'd sent out 4 job applications and updated my website. I didn't realize it at the time, but that was the beginning of the climb back up. The next week, I signed up for a data analytics certification course. It wasn't something I had to do. My job paid well and I was competent enough to stay afloat, but I needed to prove something to myself, that I was still growing, still learning, still worthy of investing in. Meanwhile, my parents were radio silent. No follow-up call, no check-in. I figured they were giving me space the same way you might give space to someone having a tantrum. Let the storm pass. Let Travis cool off. He always comes around eventually. They didn't know that something inside me had changed permanently. I started therapy again. My company covers 10 sessions per year, and I hadn't used a single one. My therapist, Angela, remembered me from the year Kira and I broke up. I hadn't told her the full story back then. I'd painted it as mutual, like I always do. But this time, I didn't hold back. She cheated, I said flatly during our first session back. And now she's dating my brother. My family knew. They lied to keep it from me. Angela's expression didn't change. She just nodded gently and said, That must have felt like a betrayal on every level. I laughed, but it came out wrong. That's one way to put it. Over the next few weeks, we dug deep. We talked about patterns, about how my parents had always praised obedience over individuality, about how Darren's recklessness was spun into charisma while my caution was framed as insecurity, about how I learned to internalize every slight, every exclusion, and convince myself it wasn't a big deal. But it was. It always had been. Angela helped me name something I'd never fully admitted to myself. I felt disposable. To them, to Kira, even to myself. That realization was painful, but it was also the first brick in the foundation of something new. By Christmas, I had a new job offer, higher pay, remote flexibility, better benefits. When I told my current manager, she was surprised. "We thought you were happy here." But ultimately supportive. I didn't explain why I was leaving. I didn't owe them that. My family, on the other hand, reached out at last. It started with a text from Lacey on December 20th. "Hey, Mom said she invited you to Christmas dinner. Please come. Things have been weird. I miss you." I didn't respond right away. I didn't know what to say. Part of me still missed her. She'd always been the least involved in the drama. But I couldn't pretend things were okay. Not anymore. Then came the voicemail from my dad. His voice was tight, formal. "Hey, Travis. Just wanted to say your mom and I would love to see you at Christmas. Hope you're well. Take care." No apology, no explanation, just the usual vague politeness. I didn't call back. Then Christmas Eve rolled around, and my mom finally called directly. "Sweetheart," she began, her tone as syrupy as ever. "We'd love to have you tomorrow. It's just not the same without you." I paused before answering. "Is Kira going to be there?" There was a beat of silence. "Well, Darren's bringing her, yes. But I promise we'll keep things." "No, Travis, please don't make this harder than it has to be." That did it. Something snapped. "I'm not the one who made it hard," I said, my voice low but steady. "You lied to me. You let my brother bring someone who humiliated me, and you didn't even think I deserved to know. You don't get to ask me for grace now. Don't be dramatic." I hung up. That night, I sat in my apartment with Moose on my lap, a glass of red wine in hand, and watched It's a Wonderful Life alone. But this time, I didn't feel sorry for myself. I didn't feel bitter. I felt peaceful, clear, because I knew something they didn't. While they were playing house and pretending nothing happened, I'd been building something real. A new career path, a sense of self, a quiet confidence that no amount of family gaslighting could strip away again. I started making plans. Not for revenge, not yet, but for real, lasting change. I reached out to old friends I'd lost touch with, reconnecting with my old roommate Jason, who'd moved to Austin and invited me to visit anytime. I started journaling more. Not angry rants, but reflections, pieces of myself I'd buried long ago. I booked a solo trip to Vancouver for February. I'd never traveled alone before, but something about it felt right, like a declaration of independence, even if no one else knew it. And maybe the biggest shift of all, I stopped waiting for closure from people who'd never give it. I didn't need Darren to say sorry. I didn't need Kira to explain. I didn't need my mom to admit she was wrong or my dad to stop being emotionally absent. I just needed to reclaim my own narrative. By the time New Year's came, I felt like a different person. Not healed, not fully, but in motion. Awake. Alive. But I also knew this chapter wasn't closed yet. Because while I was moving on, they were still pretending everything was normal. And that was the final mistake they'd make because I was done playing by their rules. And I had one more thing to say, not through words, but through actions. By mid-January, the weight that had been pressing on my chest since Thanksgiving had shifted. It was still there, that dull ache from betrayal, but it no longer paralyzed me. If anything, it sharpened me, made me alert, focused. Every morning, I woke up with a strange kind of purpose humming under my skin. Not bitterness, not obsession, something more methodical, more deliberate. I wasn't seeking petty revenge. I wasn't going to show up at a family dinner and throw a drink in Kira's face or start screaming about betrayal. That's the kind of thing they expected me to do. Blow up, act emotional, give them another reason to label me the problem. No, I was going to be precise, quiet, surgical. I wasn't going to burn bridges. I was going to own them. But first, I needed leverage. The opportunity came faster than I expected. One night, while scrolling LinkedIn, I stumbled across a post from a local real estate firm, Harmon Group, based right in my hometown. They were announcing a new strategic partnership with Darren, who was apparently now launching his own sales training consultancy. There was a photo of him grinning in a blazer that was a size too tight, standing next to Harmon's CEO. The caption read, "Excited to collaborate with Darren Carter, a powerhouse in the sales world. Can't wait to see the magic unfold." That was when it hit me. He finally went out on his own. Darren had always talked a big game about leaving the corporate grind and launching his own venture. He'd tried a few side hustles over the years, dropshipping, crypto coaching, even a failed podcast, but nothing stuck. This time, it looked like he'd landed something real. And Harmon Group was no small fish. They handled commercial and residential real estate, and their reputation in the region was solid. I clicked through the comments. A few mutual connections congratulated him. Kira had liked the post. I kept scrolling. And then, like fate smiling on me, I found it. A comment from one of Darren's college buddies tagged on Harmon's page. "Didn't you guys used to have an ethics clause about conflict of interest? Guess that's flexible now, lol." That one comment made me pause. Conflict of interest. I clicked on Harmon Group's website, went to their partners page, and did some digging. They had a policy page buried at the bottom outlining their vendor standards. And sure enough, there it was. A clear stipulation that any consultant or trainer working with the company could not have direct financial relationships with competing brokerages, especially not while representing Harmon's brand. So I did some more digging. And guess what Darren had been up to? In addition to launching his sales training gig, he'd quietly registered a new LLC in November. Carter Realty Solutions. On paper, it looked like a consulting service. But a few clicks deeper revealed something else. He'd been recruiting freelance agents, most of whom were still working under other firms, including Harmon. He was building a shadow network, using Harmon's connections to siphon talent for his own future brokerage. Now, I'm not a lawyer, but even I could tell this was dicey. So, I printed everything. Every page, every screenshot, every post. I compiled it all into a PDF. Nothing flashy, just factual. No editorializing, no gotcha commentary. Just a quiet, professional case study titled Potential Ethics Violations. Darren Carter. I didn't send it yet. I waited because I wasn't ready to play that card. Not yet. First, I needed to let them feel safe, comfortable, unaware. The next move was personal, not corporate. And for that, I needed someone inside. Claire, my cousin, had no idea what she'd done when she sent me that photo. But after our brief text exchange, she hadn't reached out again. I figured she felt guilty. She probably realized she'd exposed something I wasn't meant to see. So, I texted her, "Hey, I know things were weird on Thanksgiving. Can we talk?" She responded in less than 5 minutes. "I've been meaning to reach out. I feel horrible, Travis. I didn't know you didn't know about Kira." We agreed to meet for coffee the next day. Claire had always been different. She wasn't like the others. She wasn't manipulative or passive-aggressive. She was sharp, observant, and had always floated on the edges of family drama. Close enough to see it, but smart enough not to get tangled in it. When we sat down at the cafe, she looked nervous. "Before you say anything," she said, "I want to apologize. I genuinely thought you knew. I wouldn't have sent the photo if I'd known your family lied." I nodded. "I know. That's not why I asked to meet." She blinked. "It's not. I need your help." And then I told her everything. Not just about the betrayal, but about what I'd found. Darren's double-dealing, the Harmon conflict, my parents' gaslighting, the years of favoritism. Everything. Claire listened without interrupting. Her coffee sat untouched, growing cold between her hands. When I finished, she leaned back and exhaled slowly. "Jesus, Travis. Yeah. And you're planning to, what? Take him down." I didn't smile. I didn't gloat. I just said, "I'm done letting them win, and I want to do this the right way." She was quiet for a long moment. Then she said, "I'm in." I hadn't realized how badly I needed an ally until that moment. Claire offered more than support. She offered access. Because unlike me, she was still in the fold. She still got invited to dinners, still received the group texts, still played the part of the loyal niece. Over the next few weeks, she fed me information. Kira and Darren were moving in together into a new townhouse my parents were partially funding. Mom had told the extended family that I had chosen not to come to Thanksgiving and refused to be around Kira. Dad had told his golf buddies that Darren was going to take over the whole region with his new consulting firm. None of them had a clue what was coming. Meanwhile, I was still rebuilding. I started my new job in February. A fully remote role with a startup based out of Portland. The team was young, ambitious, and genuinely collaborative. For the first time in a long time, I felt respected, valued, heard. I also moved into a new apartment. Bigger, brighter, better view. I donated half my old stuff, bought new furniture, new sheets, new dishes. Felt like cleansing. And then, right before my birthday in March, I got a call. It was from a former colleague of Darren, a guy named Brent. "I heard you're still tight with Harmon," he said. "You might want to know. Darren's been poaching agents. He offered me a cut if I left my firm and joined his new outfit." Felt slimy. I didn't ask him to elaborate. I just thanked him for the call. It was time. I drafted an anonymous email and attached the PDF I'd compiled. I sent it to Harmon Group's ethics board. Then I waited. 3 days later, Claire sent me a text. "Did you hear? Darren's partnership with Harmon just ended quietly. No explanation." I didn't respond, because I wasn't finished. The family still thought I was sulking in silence, that I was licking my wounds, maybe still heartbroken over Kira. They didn't realize I was no longer interested in their version of reality. I was writing my own. And now that the first domino had fallen, it was time to set up the rest. It started with a party invitation. In mid-April, Claire forwarded me a digital invite she'd received via the family group chat, the kind of group I'd been quietly excluded from since Thanksgiving. It was for Darren's soft launch party, a celebration of his new company, Carter Strategic Solutions, scheduled for May 5th at a boutique event space downtown. Business casual dress code, open bar, catered hors d'oeuvres, RSVP required. The invite featured Darren's logo, his initials stylized like some luxury cologne brand, and a short blurb that read, "Celebrating a new chapter with friends, family, and partners. Join us as we raise a glass to growth, innovation, and bold beginnings." The arrogance of it made me laugh out loud. Bold beginnings. That was rich. According to Claire, my parents had practically bankrolled the whole thing. Darren had talked them into investing in his future, claiming it would be good for the family. Mom called it supporting her son's dreams. Dad, as usual, just went along with it. Kira, of course, had taken the reins on planning. Claire said she'd been bragging for weeks about the cocktail menu and the flower arrangements. It was perfect. I didn't RSVP. I didn't need to because I already had an invitation not to the event but to everything else. Thanks to Claire, I now had access to the full Carter family calendar. Where they'd be, when they'd arrive, what Darren planned to say in his speech. I even knew the vendors he'd hired. The same vendors I contacted behind the scenes with a very simple message. "You may want to be aware of the pending investigation regarding Carter Strategic Solutions. If your company values its reputation, consider keeping this partnership discreet." I didn't need them to cancel, just to plant the right seed of doubt. And that was only the beginning. The day before the party, I filed a formal complaint with the state's Department of Professional Regulation. Darren's company wasn't properly registered as a consultancy under the legal criteria for licensed real estate trainers. He'd misrepresented his credentials. I had receipts. His own website claimed certifications he didn't hold. I attached the screenshots and submitted the report anonymously. Then I sent one final message to Kira. I wasn't planning to at first, but the more I thought about it, the more I realized I owed myself the closure. Not a confrontation, not a screamfest, just a reminder that I was no longer the person she left behind. I kept it simple. "Hey Kira, just wanted to say thank you for showing me who you and Darren really are. You helped me stop apologizing for taking up space. I hope the wine at your launch party pairs well with delusion. She didn't respond, but I saw the read receipt. That was enough. Then May 5th arrived. I didn't go to the event, of course. I had something better planned. That night, while the Carters sipped champagne and schmoozed with whoever hadn't already ghosted Darren after the Harmon fallout, I scheduled a post to go live on LinkedIn. It was an article polished, professional, thoroughly sourced. The headline read, "The Illusion of Integrity, When Salesmanship Becomes Self-Sabotage." I didn't name Darren directly. I didn't have to. The story, a thinly veiled account of a consultant who exploited family loyalty and corporate trust to build a shaky empire, spoke for itself. I included footnotes, references to regulatory codes, and subtle nods to the firms he'd burned. The tone wasn't angry. It was surgical, and it spread like wildfire. By the next morning, it had 7,000 views, then 12,000. By the weekend, it was trending in the regional business development tags. I wasn't surprised when I got a message from Brent, the former colleague who'd warned me back in February. "Holy hell, is this about Darren? Everyone's talking about it. His firm just pulled out of a pending contract." Claire confirmed the fallout within hours. The vendor I'd messaged, they backed out last minute. Kira spent the entire launch night scrambling to replace table centerpieces that never arrived. The venue staff refused to extend their rental because payment hadn't cleared. Darren had planned to close the evening with a video montage, but the AV technician ghosted him, citing a last-minute conflict. It was death by 1,000 cuts. But the real blow came 2 weeks later. A notice went out from the Department of Professional Regulation. Carter Strategic Solutions was under official review for misrepresentation of credentials and unlicensed operation. Their pending contracts were frozen. Darren's reputation, the currency he built his career on, was in freefall. Mom called me in a panic. "Travis," she said, her voice shaking, "do you know anything about what's happening to Darren? There's some kind of article going around. People think it's about him." I didn't lie. "I know exactly what it is." "Did you write it?" "I wrote the truth." She went silent. "This is your brother," she whispered, as if I'd forgotten. "You could have ruined his career." "He ruined it himself. I just stopped covering for him." Another long pause. "Is this revenge, Travis? After everything?" "No," I said calmly. "This is accountability." After everything, she hung up. Dad never called. Lacey texted me a few days later. Just 3 words, "You were right." And that was it. I didn't feel triumphant. Not exactly. But I felt clean. Like I'd scrubbed off something that had been clinging to me for years. The lies, the favoritism, the endless guilt for never being easy enough. I thought revenge would feel like fire, hot, consuming. But this was ice. Controlled, inevitable, permanent. A month later, Claire and I met for drinks. "They're still spinning it," she said, sipping her gin and tonic. "Mom says Darren was set up. Dad thinks the article was exaggerated. Kira is apparently talking about suing someone for defamation, but she doesn't even know who." I smiled. "Let them talk." Claire raised her glass. To being the villain in someone else's story. We clinked glasses. And in that moment, I realized something. I'd spent most of my life trying not to upset people who had no problem hurting me. But not anymore. Because I wasn't their scapegoat. I wasn't their backup plan. I wasn't the forgotten seat at the table. I was the storm they never saw coming. Now on to the next story. Story 5. I never thought I'd be the kind of guy to hold a grudge. My name's Nolan. I'm 27 now, but this all started back when I had just turned 25. At the time, I was in that weird transitional phase of life. Not quite where I wanted to be, but definitely not lost either. I had a decent job doing back-end development for a logistics startup. Remote, flexible hours, decent pay. Nothing flashy, but it paid the bills and gave me space to think about my next move. I wasn't posting Instagram stories from Bali or buying overpriced coffee every day, but I was content. And sometimes that's enough. Or at least it should have been. But when you're the quiet one in a loud family, people tend to forget you exist. Or worse, they remember just enough to leave you out. I grew up in a house full of strong personalities. My mom, June, is a relentless organizer. The kind of woman who turns every birthday into a full-blown itinerary and expects RSVP texts for Sunday dinner. My dad, Rob, was always kind of checked out. Worked in construction management. Old school dude, believed in providing but not much else. My younger brother, Chase, is the golden child. Always has been. He's the funny one, the loud one, the athletic one, the life of the party. Growing up, he was the one getting standing ovations at school plays, even when his singing made people wince. My job was usually to sit in the third row, clap politely, and make sure Grandma didn't trip on the stairs. Chase and I weren't close, but we weren't enemies either. Just different. He was always moving fast, while I preferred to observe. He made friends in an instant. I made them slowly and they stuck longer. But the family never really saw that. They saw Chase's trophies, his outgoing charm, his social media influence, and just assumed that I'd be fine on my own. "You've always been so independent," Mom would say, like it was a compliment, like it was an excuse to not include me. The cracks had always been there, but I didn't start noticing how deep they ran until the spring before Chase's college graduation. He was finishing up at a big-name university in California. I won't say which one, but let's just say it was the kind of school where the sweatshirts alone cost more than my monthly groceries. The family had been buzzing about it for months. The ceremony, the celebrations, the big Chase is making it moment. Group texts were filled with jokes about what everyone would wear, what hotel they were booking, which Airbnb was closest to the beach. I figured plans were being made. I figured, like always, I'd get the details eventually. I didn't. One day, I opened Instagram and saw a post from my cousin Bella. A photo of boarding passes tucked into her passport. Caption: Chase's big week. I paused. Wait, what? A few more scrolls later, I saw my uncle standing next to his wife at an airport bar, clinking glasses. Then came a story from my Aunt Lisa showing a pile of matching family t-shirts that said, "Team Chase, Graduation 2023. I felt my stomach drop. Was this happening now? I texted my mom. Me. Hey, when are you guys flying out for Chase's graduation? Mom. Oh, we're already here. Just got in yesterday. Sorry. I thought you had work or something. Me. I work remotely. Mom. Right. Well, we didn't want to bother you. Figured you'd be too busy anyway. That little emoji did something to me. Not the full breakdown, not yet, but the kind of slow-building anger that starts in your chest and makes your fingers tingle. I sat there staring at the screen for a while, trying to make it make sense. Was this an oversight? A mistake? Surely someone would have asked if I was coming. Surely there had been a message thread I'd missed, an email I'd accidentally deleted. So I did the thing no one wants to do. I went looking for receipts. Group chat? I was in it. But looking back through the messages, I realized there were side threads, private ones, cousins-only ones, sibling ones. I wasn't in any of them. In the main group, all I could find was a vague, "Can't wait for Chase's big day" post from 3 months earlier, which I had responded to with a simple thumbs up. That was it. No dates, no invites, no hotel links, nothing. I tried not to overthink it. I really did. I told myself maybe they thought I was too busy. Maybe they just assumed I'd say no. But when I saw the family photo a few days later, all of them on the beach in their matching shirts, holding little banners that spelled out, "We love you, Chase," I felt something sharp and cold settle in my chest. There was my mom, my dad, my brother, my cousins, even my uncle who lived 2 states away. Everyone smiling. Everyone there. Everyone but me. I didn't say anything. I liked the post. I double-tapped it like some stranger who stumbled across a stranger's joy. No comment, no message, just a silent acknowledgement that I saw it, and that they didn't see me. I didn't answer when Chase called the next day. I let it go to voicemail. He left a short message. "Hey, bro, don't know if you're around, but, thanks for the support. Wish you were here. Talk soon." He sounded half awkward, half guilty, like maybe he'd realized I wasn't coming just a little too late. Later that week, I finally got a text from my mom. "Mom, hope you're not upset. It all came together kind of fast. Next time. Okay?" Next time, like they'd forgotten to pick up eggs at the store. Like I was some optional side dish at a family barbecue. I didn't respond. I just let the silence hang there. Because what do you even say to that? I started noticing the pattern after that. Birthdays that came and went with generic HBD messages. Group photos from family events I never knew were happening. A new family WhatsApp group I wasn't added to until someone must have realized I was missing and quietly slipped me in 2 weeks later. It wasn't one moment. It was 1,000 little ones. A slow drip of being excluded, overlooked, deprioritized. And every time I tried to rationalize it, they're just busy. Maybe it was a mistake. Don't make a big deal out of nothing. I felt a little more hollow inside, like maybe I really was just forgettable, invisible. I didn't bring it up. I didn't start a fight. But something in me shifted that year. I stopped reaching out, stopped sending check-ins, stopped offering to help plan birthdays, stopped reacting to their stories. I backed out of the family Christmas exchange, citing work. I declined the invite to our annual summer cabin trip. Not that I was really expected anyway. And then one day I was just gone. No announcement. No drama. Just radio silence. A full year passed like that. Then, something happened that pulled me back into the family orbit, whether I liked it or not. And this time, I wasn't just the quiet one in the corner. This time, I had something they didn't know about. Something they wouldn't see coming. But that's where it really begins. It's funny how silence makes people uncomfortable. At first, when I stopped showing up or replying, nobody really said anything. Maybe they assumed I was just busy again, like they always claimed. Or maybe they thought I was being dramatic, sulking over missing a trip they never invited me to. But as weeks stretched into months, the texts slowed. The phone calls stopped. No one checked in, not even on my birthday. I turned 26 that July. No calls. No cards. No happy birthday message from my parents. Not even a recycled Facebook post. The only acknowledgement I got was from my coworker Marin, who messaged me on Slack. "Hey, Nolan. Hope you're doing something fun today. HBD. That message hit harder than I expected. I just stared at it for a while, then closed my laptop. I took myself out for a late dinner that night. Steak, bourbon, cheesecake, and tipped the waitress 50%. When she smiled and said, "Happy birthday, by the way," I almost teared up. That was the moment it truly sunk in. My family didn't forget me. They just didn't care enough to remember. But I wasn't going to chase after people who couldn't bother to send a 2-word text. So I doubled down. I started drawing boundaries where there were none before. I muted the family group chats, stopped reacting to their updates. Every time I saw a family brunch or a movie night on my cousin's story, I reminded myself not to care. They didn't miss me when I wasn't there. Why should I miss them? Meanwhile, my life, the part no one cared to ask about, was changing. I'd spent the better part of the year quietly building something. After years of freelancing and bouncing between startup contracts, I finally landed a massive client in the e-commerce space. They loved my work, signed a long-term retainer, and within 6 months, I had more projects than I could handle. So I brought on 2 former colleagues, then a third. Before I knew it, I had a small team, a brand name, and an LLC. I never told anyone in my family. Not because I was trying to hide it, but because they never asked. Then came Thanksgiving. It had been over a year since Chase's graduation trip. I hadn't seen anyone in person since before that. Hadn't spoken to my mom or dad since spring. I figured I'd be left off the invite list again, which was fine. I was planning to stay in, maybe cook something myself, maybe order in. Quiet, peaceful. But 3 days before the holiday, I got a text from Mom. "Mom, hi honey. Hope you're doing well. We'd love to see you at the house for Thanksgiving this year. Everyone's coming. Dinner's at 4 o'clock. Let me know." I stared at the message for a long time. No apology. No acknowledgement of the silent year. Just a cheerful invite like we'd spoken yesterday. I didn't answer right away. I honestly didn't know how I felt. Part of me wanted to ignore it. Another part, the stubborn one, wanted to show up, to see if anyone would even act like anything had changed. In the end, curiosity won out. I said I'd come. Thanksgiving Day was cloudy, cold, intense. I pulled up to my parents' house around 3:45 p.m., same place I grew up in. Pale blue siding, cracked driveway, the same chipped welcome mat with the faded letters. But as I walked in, something immediately felt off. There was no Nolan, or hey, look who's here. Just murmurs from the kitchen and laughter from the living room. My mom spotted me first. She came over with a wine glass in hand and air-kissed my cheek. "You made it. I wasn't sure if you would." Her smile was strained. Her eyes flicked over my coat like she expected me to be holding flowers or wine or something. "I said I'd come," I replied flatly. She nodded. "Well, we're just about to sit down. Chase is carving the turkey. He's gotten so good at it. Go say hi." I walked toward the dining room and that's when I saw it. The table was already full. Not "we'll scoot over" kind of full. I mean, every single seat was taken. My uncle, aunt, cousins, grandparents, even Chase's new girlfriend, a girl I'd never met who was sipping Pinot Grigio like she owned the place. And there at the head of the table, in Dad's old chair, sat Chase, beaming like he was hosting the Oscars. He spotted me and waved. "Yo, Nolan, you came." Then he turned back to the turkey mid-slice. I stood there awkwardly for a second before Mom breezed past me, frowning. "Oh shoot, I thought we had one more chair. Hold on." She glanced around, then clapped her hands. "Can someone grab the folding chair from the garage?" No one moved. Finally, my 15-year-old cousin sighed and went to get it. They cleared a spot for me at the very corner of the table, half in the hallway. No placemat, no silverware. I had to use a paper napkin while everyone else had the nice linen ones. It was humiliating. Dinner passed in a haze. They talked about Chase's new job, some marketing thing at a firm downtown, and how bright his future looked. My dad joked about buying him a condo. My uncle offered him a contact at a venture capital firm. Everyone gushed. No one asked me a single question. Not about work. Not about my life. Not even "how have you been?" The final blow came when my mom announced the annual family photo. "Let's get one with all the kids and parents." Same spot as always. Everyone shuffled out to the backyard, laughing and adjusting their coats. I hung back, unsure. When they were all lined up, Mom looked at me and said, "Nolan, would you mind taking the photo? You've got that nice phone." I stared at her. For a second, I thought she was joking. But no, she was serious. My brother's girlfriend stood right next to him, arms wrapped around his waist like she'd always been part of the family. I wasn't even considered part of the picture. So I took the photo. I held up the phone, clicked the shutter, and watched their smiling faces freeze on the screen. Perfect, happy, complete. Without me. That was the moment. The breaking point. Something inside me snapped, but not in an angry, explosive way. It was quieter than that. Colder. A final confirmation of something I'd been trying not to believe for a long time. I didn't matter to them. Not really. I drove home that night without saying goodbye. No one noticed I'd left. And for a few days I just existed in that quiet. Let it sink in. Let the weight of it settle around me. Then something weird happened. I got a LinkedIn message from a woman named Claire Tanaka. She said she was the director of community partnerships at Chase's company. She wanted to verify some back-end logistics Chase had apparently outsourced, but the name on the vendor list was mine. I blinked at the message, confused. I hadn't done any work for his company. I wrote back politely, "Hi Claire. I think there's been a mistake. I haven't contracted with your company before. Maybe you meant a different Nolan." Her reply came fast. She apologized, said it was odd, and that the invoice was linked to a Nolan Devlin LLC, with my exact business address. My blood ran cold. I opened the invoice. My brother had submitted a back-end module built using a stripped-down version of my framework, something I developed and copyrighted. It wasn't a direct copy, but it was clearly derivative. And the vendor name he used? Devlin Solutions, my company's old test shell, something I deprecated months ago but never deleted. He didn't just steal my work. He forged a version of my company to do it. That was the betrayal. That was when the fog lifted and everything sharpened. I sat in the dark for a long time that night, reading the code. My comments, my naming conventions. I checked the metadata, time-stamped edits, file structure. It was mine. He'd accessed one of my early GitHub repositories, probably when we shared a laptop years ago. He'd repurposed the skeleton, rebranded it, and billed it under a fake LLC using my name. And no one had thought to mention it to me. He hadn't asked, hadn't warned me, hadn't even tried to hide it very well. Just assumed I'd never know. Assumed I'd stay quiet. Assumed, like the rest of the family, that I'd always be on the outside looking in. But I wasn't on the outside anymore. I was watching now. And for the first time, I wasn't just angry. I was ready. The first few days after discovering what Chase had done felt like free-falling through fog. I couldn't focus. Couldn't sleep. I'd open my laptop and just sit there staring at the screen. Half of me was livid, fists clenched, jaw tight, adrenaline constantly simmering. The other half, numb. Not from surprise, but from validation. As twisted as it sounds, part of me had been waiting for a moment like this. Something undeniable. Something that finally proved I wasn't being dramatic or paranoid or too sensitive. This was it. Concrete, tangible theft. And not just theft of something material. This was creative, intellectual, personal. Chase hadn't just stolen my code. He'd stolen my work and wrapped it in a shiny bow, hoping to pass it off as his. Maybe to impress his boss. Maybe to get ahead faster. Maybe just because he thought he could. I kept replaying Thanksgiving in my head. The way he smiled at me across the table, joked about how I finally decided to show up, all while knowing what he'd done. It was bold, brazen, and somehow not even shocking. That was what hurt the most. I wanted to confront him badly. My hands itched to text him, to call him out, to drag this into the light and make him squirm. But I didn't. Something in me, maybe instinct, maybe spite, said wait. Don't react. Don't explode. Not yet. You only get one shot at this, so make it count. So I swallowed the fire and started documenting. I took screenshots of the invoice Chase had submitted, saved copies of the code repository metadata, pulled up my old GitHub logs to verify the original source material. Timestamps, commit notes, update history. Everything matched. Then I ran a search on the LLC name he'd used, and sure enough, he'd registered N. Devlin Solutions as a sole proprietorship 2 months earlier. Same city, similar logo. Even the website he'd set up used a nearly identical layout to one of my early landing pages. I wasn't just angry now. I was insulted. He hadn't even bothered to be original. Around this time, Claire messaged me again. I talked to my team and your name came up again on another invoice. I just want to double-check you're not affiliated with Chase's vendor because we're running a review next quarter. That was when I knew Chase had made this a pattern. And not just with one client. He was trying to build something. A portfolio, a resume off my name. So I told her the truth. Politely, professionally, I explained that I was not affiliated, that the name was deceptively similar to my real business, and that I was in the process of looking into potential IP violations. She was surprised, thanked me for my honesty, and said she'd escalated internally. And just like that, the spark was lit. But here's the thing no one tells you about moments like these. Revenge or justice or whatever you want to call it doesn't feel satisfying right away. Not when you're still carrying the weight of being forgotten for so long. I still felt hollow, small, like part of me was broken in a place I didn't know how to reach. And then came the worst week of that year. My biggest client, the e-commerce one who had basically bankrolled my agency, pulled out. Not because of anything I'd done. They were pivoting, changing platforms, merging with another company. Just business. But the timing gutted me. Suddenly, I was staring at numbers that didn't add up. My team was still on payroll, my expenses were real, and my runway had evaporated overnight. I spent 2 days in bed. Didn't eat much. Just kept checking my inbox, hoping something would come through. Contract, an offer, a lifeline. Nothing did. That Friday, I almost called my mom. I don't know why. Maybe I just wanted to hear a familiar voice. But then I remembered the way she'd handed me that paper napkin at Thanksgiving. Like I didn't belong at her table. Like I was the spare part she didn't know what to do with. So I didn't call. Instead, I poured a whiskey, sat in front of my laptop, and opened a blank document. I wrote 3 words at the top. Start from zero. That night, I made a decision. No more waiting. No more hoping someone would throw me a rope. I would build something again. And this time I'd do it smarter. The next few months were brutal. I cut back expenses. Let 2 contractors go, hardest calls I've ever made. Paused all outbound projects. Stripped my life down to the essentials. Eat, sleep, code. I revamped my service offering. Narrowed it to one niche: API integration and custom backend systems for small businesses. Rebranded everything. New logo, new copy, new value prop. Launched a targeted campaign using the last $800 I had in my marketing budget. And then I waited. The first client came through in mid-January. A local delivery startup who needed help with real-time tracking and order sync. It wasn't huge money, but it was enough to float me another month. Then came another and another. By March, I had 5 clients on retainer. It wasn't flashy. It wasn't viral, but it was mine. I started waking up excited again. Started eating better, sleeping better. I even joined a local co-working space just to feel human again. That's where I met Amara, another solo founder working on a mobile app for mental health journaling. We started chatting between coffee breaks, eventually partnered on a small project, and then kept talking after hours. She didn't care that I wasn't the funny one or the loudest guy in the room. She listened, asked questions, remembered things I said. I hadn't realized how much that mattered to me until someone finally did it. And slowly, actually slowly, not some montage moment, I started to feel like myself again. By summer, I had rebuilt enough to hire back one of my contractors. The business was leaner, more focused, and more profitable than before. And I'd finally trademarked my company name properly. No more shells. No more overlooked details. But I hadn't forgotten what Chase did. I hadn't forgotten that while I was rebuilding from nothing, he was still out there submitting stolen frameworks and fake invoices under a name he had no right to use. And it wasn't just a personal betrayal anymore. It was a legal problem. Because while I'd been rebuilding, I'd also been quietly collecting more evidence. Remember Claire? She followed up again in July. Turns out Chase had submitted yet another backend module to a different department. This one included code I hadn't made public. Code that had only existed in my private dev environment. Which meant he either had copies from years ago or he had access to something now. That's when I remembered something else. An old Google Drive folder I'd used to back up projects during college. I hadn't touched it in years, but I logged in. And sure enough, there it was. Shared with one other email address. Chase's. The access had been granted back when I was helping him build a portfolio site. Something he barely even used. I'd forgotten to revoke access. He hadn't forgotten to exploit it. Now I had him. Emails, access logs, timestamps, client invoices, trademark documentation, source code history. Enough to prove not just plagiarism, but willful deception. But I still didn't reach out. Not yet. Because something had shifted in me during that long, hard year of silence. I wasn't reacting from emotion anymore. I wasn't chasing validation. I didn't need an apology. I wanted something else. Not just justice. A reckoning. One he wouldn't see coming. One that would arrive the same way his betrayal had. Quietly, professionally, and devastatingly effective. So I sat down one night, opened a new document, and began drafting a letter. Not to Chase. To his company. To their legal department. To their compliance officer. And to the board member whose name had appeared on every project Chase submitted. But just before I sent it, I got a notification. A wedding announcement. Chase and his girlfriend were getting married. And guess who didn't get an invite? They say revenge is a dish best served cold. But I think people forget how long it takes to properly freeze. I wasn't the same guy I had been when Chase stole from me. That Nolan, the one who stood in the corner of the Thanksgiving photo. The one who took the picture instead of being in it. The one who quietly left and hoped someone would notice. That version of me was long gone. What replaced him was sharper, patient, focused. So when the wedding announcement hit my inbox, a glossy, over-designed email with a header that read Chase and Madison's forever starts now. I didn't delete it. I read every word. Slowly, carefully. Then I clicked through to the wedding site. It was a spectacle, of course. Custom font. Soft acoustic playlist autoplaying on load. A countdown timer to the big day. A curated photo carousel of their love story. Engagement photos on cliffs. Matching sweaters at the pumpkin patch. Silly black and white shots in a photo booth. And then, down at the bottom, the guest list. They'd made it public, probably without realizing the privacy implications. That's when I saw it. Every single cousin, every uncle and aunt, every second-tier family member who hadn't spoken to me in years. Even Claire. Yes, that Claire from Chase's company was listed under the Madison's Friends from Work section. But me? Nowhere. No RSVP. No placeholder. Not even a pending. It was intentional. Deliberate. The same way everything else had been. I didn't get angry. I smiled. Because this wasn't just a party. It was an opportunity. And I had spent the last year preparing for one. The first thing I did was quietly initiate the legal side of things. I wasn't suing. Not yet. But I wanted to ensure every piece was airtight if that day came. I contacted an IP attorney, a sharp woman named Priya, who came highly recommended from a colleague in the startup space. She didn't blink when I laid everything out. The stolen code, the reused infrastructure, the forged LLC, the deceptive invoices. She took notes, nodded a lot, and then said something that stuck with me. Your brother didn't just steal your work. He used your identity to build his credibility. This wasn't just about copyright. This is about professional impersonation. The way she said it sent a chill through me. Professional impersonation. Not just theft. Not just plagiarism. He had pretended to be me, or at least used my name and work to convince people he was capable of what I had built. That was a different kind of betrayal. A deeper one. Priya advised me to collect everything and wait for a leverage point. If we file now, he'll lawyer up through the company, she said. You'll be in a long, expensive battle. But if you wait for the right moment, something public, something high stakes, you'll have all the power. The wedding was shaping up to be that moment. Not because I wanted to ruin his special day. I couldn't care less about the catered appetizers or the flower arrangements. But because of what came after. You see, Chase wasn't just getting married. He was launching something. I found out a week later, completely by accident. A friend of a friend tagged Chase in a post on LinkedIn. Congrats to Chase Devlin on the upcoming launch of Devlin Sync, the latest evolution in API backend solutions. So excited to see this go live after the wedding. My jaw clenched. Devlin Sync. Even the name was a punch to the gut. Clean. Professional. Suspiciously similar to a sandbox framework I developed and never released publicly. One I'd only shared in beta with 2 clients under NDA. It was still in testing. How did he even? I went digging. Sure enough, Chase had slapped together a new website for Devlin Sync. It was clean, slick, all fluff and buzzwords. Seamless back-end integration. Cloud-first architecture. Redefined sync protocols. And the demo was mine. He'd used my old framework again. Cleaned it up. Gave it a new paint job. But under the hood, it was still my code, with all the same architecture quirks and internal naming conventions I'd been using for years. Anyone who looked close enough would see it. He was planning to unveil it at his wedding. That was his real celebration. The marriage was just the dress rehearsal. His site even had a press page scheduled to go live the same day with links to PR blasts and influencer endorsements. That was the leverage point, and I wasn't going to waste it. So I began to set up. First, I called in favors. Remember Marin, my coworker from the old logistics startup? She had since moved on to a fintech accelerator. I asked if she could take a look at Devlin Sync's backend, just from a user-facing demo. She poked around for an hour, then called me, laughing. Nolan, this is your code. Like your code. I recognized it immediately. This is the puzzle piece model you showed me last year, right? I nodded. He's launching it under his name. She whistled. That's bold. Want me to run it through our internal auditing team? Yes, I said quietly. Then I reached out to someone I hadn't spoken to in a while. My old mentor, Derek. Derek used to be my boss at my very first dev job. Gruff, brutally honest, but smart. He ran a boutique consulting firm now and still had connections at a few tech publications. I sent him an email with a short summary and asked for a call. We talked for 2 hours. He didn't say much during the first half. Just listened, asked a few questions. Then, finally, "You've got him by the throat. The only question is when you want to squeeze." I asked if he could help amplify the story when the time came. Not maliciously, but publicly, truthfully. He said he'd handle it. Then I started crafting my message. Not a tweet, not a post, a statement, a clear, concise breakdown of what had happened. Dates, code comparisons, side-by-side screenshots, file histories. I wanted it to be undeniable. No drama, no name-calling, just facts. Facts so well documented that anyone reading would come to the conclusion on their own. Took me a week to write it. Another few days to have Priya review it for legal clarity. Then I scheduled it. The morning of the wedding, 7 a.m. sharp. But that wasn't the only part of the plan. I also sent an anonymous tip to the compliance officer at Chase's company. Included the GitHub logs, the website metadata, and a few choice screenshots of Chase's Devlin Sync files referencing my proprietary function names, ones that had never been public. I watched the email go out, heartbeat steady, and then I waited. The night before the wedding, I got one last surprise. My mom called. I almost didn't answer, but something in me, that leftover sliver of sun, of hope, picked up. "Hey, Mom." "Nolan," she said, her voice unusually stiff. "I just wanted to let you know. I'm sorry you didn't get an invite." I blinked. "Yeah, me too." "It wasn't personal," she added quickly. "It was Madison's list. They were trying to keep it small, just close family and friends." I laughed quietly. "So, I don't count as close family?" She didn't answer that. Instead, she said, "I hope you're doing okay. I heard from Aunt Lisa that you're running some kind of tech business now." I closed my eyes. "I've been running it for 3 years, Mom." "Oh," she said. "Well, that's nice." We sat in silence for a few seconds. Then she added, "Chase is really nervous about tomorrow. I hope you can be happy for him, even if you're not there." I almost responded, almost explained everything, but I didn't, because tomorrow would speak for itself. When she hung up, I sat there for a long time, thinking. Not about revenge, not even about justice, just about how far I'd come, and how much farther I was willing to go. The morning of the wedding arrived quietly, just like I planned. I was already awake before my alarm. No nerves, no hesitation. I brewed my coffee slowly, savoring the calm, then opened my laptop and logged in. 7 a.m. sharp. I hit publish. The post went live on Medium, but I didn't stop there. It was mirrored to LinkedIn, where I had a steadily growing professional network, and cross-linked to my company's official blog. The title was simple: "When Your Work is Stolen by Family," a cautionary tale about intellectual property and trust. It started with the facts, no emotion, just timelines, project names, and verifiable data. I laid out how I had built the original backend framework over 2 years, included screenshots of commit logs, code architecture comparisons, metadata showing timestamps months before Chase had registered his LLC. I linked to GitHub audit trails, my original beta demo, even client emails referencing the project long before Devlin Sync ever existed. Then, delicately, I described how someone, a relative, had copied my work, launched it under their own brand, and submitted it to their employer as original code. I didn't mention Chase's name once. I didn't have to. The code was unmistakably mine, the naming conventions, the exact architecture style, even the same typo in one of the helper functions, a tiny misspelling in a comment I'd made late at night 1 year ago. He'd copied it so blindly that he hadn't even caught that. It spread faster than I expected. Within 2 hours, my post had been picked up by a developer forum where I'd once been active. They pinned it to their front page. By lunchtime, it was trending on LinkedIn's tech feed under hashtag IP theft and hashtag startup ethics. I watched the views tick up. 1,000, 3,500, 9,200. Then I started getting messages. The first few were from fellow developers offering support. Then came a few reporters. Then, around 11:30 a.m., my phone buzzed with a text from Derek, my mentor. "Derek, just saw your piece. Poised, professional, lethal. Heads are already turning." At 12:15 p.m., I got a call from an unknown number. It was Claire. She sounded flustered. Nolan, I just read your post. We've had a situation here. Compliance flagged Chase's entire body of work. Legal is pulling everything now. I kept my voice even. That's probably wise. She paused. We had no idea. Honestly, I feel sick. I'm sorry. I appreciate that, I said simply. An hour later, I checked the wedding site. The press page was gone. The launch page for Devlin Sync, offline. Chase was still at his own wedding. Tuxedo on, posing for photos, beaming in every shot, completely unaware that his empire was crumbling in real time. The ceremony went on as planned. I know because a cousin live-streamed it. I watched for a moment, sipping my second cup of coffee, watched my family smile and clap and pretend everything was perfect. But it didn't last long. The fallout started before the reception even ended. Someone, probably from Chase's own company, must have forwarded the article to the wedding planner or one of the vendors. I started getting messages from mutuals saying something was happening at the venue. A few cousins who still followed me on Instagram sent vague, wide-eyed DMs like, "Dude, what did you do? Your brother's losing it." They stopped the music during the cocktail hour. I didn't answer. I just watched. By 6 p.m., Chase's company had scrubbed all social mentions of Devlin Sync. Their head of engineering, a guy named Marco, posted a short, formal statement on LinkedIn. We are currently investigating reports of code duplication and unauthorized use of proprietary frameworks submitted by one of our junior staff members. We take intellectual property violations seriously and have temporarily suspended the launch of Devlin Sync pending legal review. Not long after that, Chase's name disappeared from their employee directory. Gone just like that. But the real blow didn't come until the following Monday. That's when I got an email from the CEO of the company. Not some intern, not a legal bot, but the actual CEO. She apologized profusely, said they were horrified, that they'd had no idea, that they were grateful I had come forward professionally instead of going nuclear. Then she said the words I didn't expect. If you're open to it, we'd like to discuss a consulting relationship with you directly. Our team still needs the functionality that was promised, and from what I understand, it was your work all along. I sat with that email for a long time, and when I responded, I was careful, gracious, calm, professional. We had our first meeting that Friday. Meanwhile, the Devlin family group chat, once so full of memes, emojis, and proud of you Chase gifs, was a war zone. Someone added me back to the thread, probably out of panic. It was the first time I'd been included in over a year. I watched as the messages rolled in. Mom, can someone explain what's going on? Uncle Ray, is this real? Chase, call me now. Cousin Bella, this is a disaster, OMG. Chase, it's not what it looks like. I'm handling it. Aunt Lisa, handling it? You committed fraud? Dad, we need to talk. Mom, Nolan, please don't do this to your brother. That one stopped me. I stared at it for a full minute, and then I typed exactly one sentence. He did this to himself. Then I left the group again, for good this time. The silence that followed was blissful. A few days later, I got a call from my dad. I didn't pick up. He left a message, voice low, tired. I'm sorry, son. I didn't know. I should have paid more attention. I didn't think something like this could happen. I didn't call back. There was nothing left to say, but I did listen to it twice, just to hear the regret in his voice. Word eventually spread to the rest of the extended family. Some tried to stay neutral. A few sent me messages of support. Distant cousins, old friends, even my grandma, who said, I never liked the way they treated you. I'm glad you stood up for yourself, sweetheart. I saved that one. As for Chase, he tried to reach out. Texted, emailed, called from an unknown number, left a voicemail that started with, Look, I know I messed up, and ended with, but you didn't have to ruin my life. I deleted it because the truth is, I didn't ruin his life. He built it on a lie. All I did was pull back the curtain. And in the months that followed, my own life began to look different, brighter. Marin and I started co-hosting tech meetups. Amara and I started seeing each other more seriously. I moved into a new apartment with more sunlight, more plants, more space to breathe. And for the first time in years, I felt like I wasn't just surviving. I was winning. Not out of spite, not to prove anything, just because I finally believed I could. It's strange how one family photo, one missed invitation, one empty seat at a table, can unravel everything you thought you knew. But sometimes that unraveling is exactly what you need, because what comes after is entirely yours to weave, and mine was strong, steady, unforgiving, and unforgettable. Now on to the next story. Story 6. I used to think family was supposed to be your safe place. The people who show up when you're at your lowest, even if it's just to bring you soup or sit with you in silence. I'm 29, name's Aaron, and I live in a modest one-bedroom apartment about 40 minutes outside the city. Nothing fancy. Rented furniture, an aging coffee maker, and a bedroom window that barely shuts all the way. But it's mine. Peaceful, quiet, predictable. Until, of course, my appendix tried to explode like it was auditioning for a medical drama. One minute I'm hunched over from what I thought was bad takeout. Next thing I know, I'm being wheeled into emergency surgery. No warning, no time to prepare, no one to call. Well, that's not entirely true. I do have family. A loud, complicated, emotionally tangled mess of a family. My mom, bless her selective heart, is the type who will tell everyone at church how proud she is of her 3 amazing children. Then forget to text me happy birthday. My older sister Denise is 33 and floats somewhere between spiritual influencer and professional freeloader. Think essential oils, moon rituals, and an Instagram full of quotes she definitely didn't write. And then there's my younger brother, Caleb, 26, who seems to view life as a continuous GoFundMe campaign. He's charming, always broke, and somehow always in a crisis. I used to be close with them, at least I tried. But the older I got, the more I realized the love in our family came with invisible terms and conditions, the kind you don't read until it's too late. Anyway, I got home from the hospital groggy and sore with a stack of discharge papers and a half-empty prescription bottle. The nurse asked if someone was picking me up, and I mumbled something about Uber. She gave me that tight-lipped smile that said she knew the truth but wasn't paid enough to press. I got back to my apartment and collapsed on the couch, pillow under one side, heating pad on the other, phone in hand. I remember staring at the screen for a long time. My vision was still a little blurry, probably from the meds, but the dread was crystal clear. I hadn't told them yet about the surgery, about anything. It wasn't that I didn't want to. It's just every time I reached out in the past, I felt like I was shouting into a void. Still, part of me hoped maybe this time would be different. Maybe the fact that I had just undergone emergency surgery and was in physical pain would somehow trigger their dormant sibling instincts. So I opened the family group chat creatively titled Fam Bam because Denise had insisted, and typed, "Hey, just got out of surgery, appendicitis, home now, but could really use a hand groceries or even a ride to the pharmacy. Let me know." Then I hit send and watched the 3 little dots appear. Denise read first. Her name hovered at the top. Her profile picture showing her in a white robe holding a smoothie. Then nothing. No response. Not even a heart reaction, just silence. My mom saw it a few minutes later. Still nothing. Caleb didn't even open it. I waited. An hour passed, then 2. Eventually, I dozed off. When I woke up later that evening, I checked again. Still no replies. But there was a new post from Denise on Instagram. A boomerang of her at a spa. Fuzzy slippers, cucumber slices over her eyes. Captioned, "Self-care weekend, detoxing from negativity." I stared at the screen for a long time. Not angry, not even shocked, just tired. Like the kind of tired that starts in your bones and settles there like a second skeleton. I didn't have the energy to feel much else. Over the next few days, I got by on instant noodles, bruised apples, and the last of my frozen meals. Every movement hurt. The stairs were torture. Standing too long made me dizzy. I only left the apartment once to drag myself 2 blocks to the pharmacy. I couldn't carry everything at once, so I left the Gatorade behind. I texted the group chat again the next week, shorter this time. Still not doing great. If anyone's free to help with groceries or even a short visit, I'd really appreciate it. No reply. Again, I told myself maybe they were busy. Maybe they didn't know how to help. Maybe I was asking too much. Then 3 weeks after the surgery, I woke up to 53 missed calls. My phone was vibrating off the nightstand, buzzing like a hornet in a jar. My first thought, groggy and panicked, was that someone had died. I sat up too fast and winced. The pain shot through my side like someone lit a match under my ribs. I reached for the phone and saw the messages. All from Mom, Denise, Caleb, even a missed call from Uncle Mike, who I hadn't spoken to in over a year. Then I saw the text from my mom. "Can you lend your brother $3,000? It's urgent." That was it. "No, how are you?" "No, sorry, we didn't reply. Just money. A request, not a question. Like I was a vending machine for cash. Insert guilt. Expect withdrawal." I blinked at the screen. My fingers hovered over the keyboard. I could feel my heartbeat in my throat. After weeks of silence, of eating cup noodles and limping to the mailbox, now they remembered me. Not because they cared, but because Caleb had somehow managed to dig himself into yet another hole, and I was apparently the safety net. He didn't even have to ask nicely. I stared at the phone, then slowly set it down on the nightstand. I didn't reply. I didn't even breathe for a second. I just got up slowly, carefully. Each step from the bed to the kitchen felt deliberate, heavy. I poured myself the last of the lukewarm coffee from yesterday's pot, took a sip, and stared out the window. My mind wasn't racing. It was calculating, rewinding every memory, every ignored message, every maybe next time. "And you're the strong one, Aaron." Something inside me started to shift. Not anger, not yet, but something close, something solid. If they wanted a reply, they were going to get one eventually. But first, I had a few things to take care of. I didn't respond right away. I let the messages pile up one after the other, buzzing relentlessly while I sat on my couch, still in pain, still recovering, still living off noodles. The silence from my family over the past 3 weeks had stretched into something I couldn't unfeel, something bitter, something sharp. And now, suddenly, it was like I didn't even exist as a person, just a potential ATM with a weak Wi-Fi signal. My brother needed help, and the only time anyone remembered me was when they needed something. A few hours after the initial flurry of calls and texts, Denise sent a voice memo. I didn't even want to hear it, but curiosity got the better of me. Her voice came through with the same breezy tone she used in her YouTube meditation videos. "Aaron, hey? So, I know it's been a while, but things have been super chaotic lately. You know how it is. Life moves fast. Anyway, Caleb's in a really tough spot, and we thought maybe you could help out just this once. Mom's freaking out. No pressure, obviously, but like, we're counting on you. Counting on me." That phrase stuck in my head like gum on a shoe. I could still barely walk upright without holding my side, and they were counting on me. I didn't reply. I didn't even open the chat again. I just turned off my phone and let the silence settle back in. That night, I sat on the floor of my kitchen with a can of soup I couldn't open because the pull tab had snapped off and I couldn't find my stupid can opener. I was too sore to stand for long, and the sharp pain in my side felt like a reminder. A cruel little nudge that said, "You're alone in this." I looked at the can, then at my hands, then I cried just a little, just enough to clear whatever fog had been dulling my instincts. This wasn't just about being forgotten. This was about being used. A few days later, I finally called my mom. I needed to hear her voice. Needed to know if I was overreacting, if there was something I was missing. The phone rang twice before she picked up. "Aaron, finally, we've been trying to reach you. Caleb's situation is urgent." "No, hello. No, how are you?" Just straight to the point. I leaned back against the wall, phone pressed to my ear. "You didn't respond to either of my messages. Not even a hope you're okay." There was a pause. "Oh, honey, I'm sorry. I've just been so busy with Denise helping organize her retreat. And you're usually the one who figures things out on your own." That stung more than I expected. "I was recovering from surgery, Mom. Alone in pain. I asked for help." "Well, we just thought since you didn't say anything else, you must have been fine." Her tone turned vaguely defensive, like I was accusing her of a crime. I didn't argue. I didn't yell. I just said, okay, and let her talk. She went on about how Caleb was in a bind because of some investment that went wrong. Something about crypto or a car flipping business or a friend who vanished with the money. He needed a few thousand to get back on his feet or else he'd lose everything. And Mom didn't have it. Denise didn't either. But me, I had a steady job and no kids, so I must have something tucked away. What they didn't know was that my job had just cut my hours a month ago. My emergency fund had taken a hit and I'd been budgeting tightly, planning to pick up some side work as soon as I could move without flinching. But of course, none of that mattered because in their eyes, I was the stable one. The one who always showed up, stayed quiet, made things work. And they were right about one thing. I did make things work, just not for them anymore. Over the next week, the guilt parade kept rolling in. Denise sent long texts about family unity and karma. Caleb texted too short, aggressive bursts, pretending not to care, but clearly panicking. You always think you're better than us. It's not even that much for you. I do it for you. That last one nearly made me laugh. Then came the kicker. My mom called again, but this time it wasn't just about money. I told Caleb he could stay with you for a bit, she said, like she was asking me to water the plants. Just until he figures things out. My stomach dropped. What? Well, he's out of options and you have that pull-out couch, right? I stood in the middle of my living room, blinking at nothing. You told him he could move in without asking me? He's your brother, Aaron. We need to support each other. And you're always saying how lonely you get. That one hit like a punch to the chest. I hung up. I didn't yell, didn't argue, just hung up. An hour later, I got a text from Caleb. I'll be there Saturday. Felt like the floor was shifting under me. My apartment, my quiet, safe space, was about to be invaded by the one person who drained every room he entered. And I didn't have the strength to fight. Not yet. But something was starting to shift. That week, I saw a therapist. First time in years. I didn't plan to say much. Didn't even know how to start. But once I did, everything poured out. The childhood moments I'd brushed off. The subtle favoritism. The way Denise could lie and be forgiven before dinner. How Caleb once crashed my car and didn't even say sorry. Mom covered it, told me not to make a scene. How they all acted like I had it easy just because I kept my head down and paid my bills on time. They only see what you give, my therapist said gently. Not what it costs you. That sentence rattled around in my head for days. Saturday came faster than I wanted. Caleb showed up with 2 duffel bags and a PS5. No hello, no thanks. Just walked in and dropped his stuff on the couch. Bathroom still broken? He asked like it was my fault. It's not broken, I said quietly. The door sticks. You just have to, never mind. For the next few days, he treated the place like a crash pad. Didn't clean. Didn't ask. Ate the last of my food, used up my shampoo, blasted his shows until 2 a.m. I was still healing, still working part-time remote. But Caleb made it feel like I was the guest. I overheard him on the phone more than once telling someone that things were chill and that I owed him for something he did back in high school. I couldn't even remember what that was. On Thursday, I came home from a doctor's appointment to find him hosting 2 friends in my living room. Feet on the table, empty beer cans on the rug, someone smoking near the open window. I froze in the doorway. Dude, chill, Caleb said when he saw my face. It's just Matt and Jordan. They won't stay long. I didn't say anything. Just walked to my room, locked the door, and sat on the edge of my bed. That night I couldn't sleep. Something had broken, not snapped, not shattered, just unhooked. Like a rope that finally slipped off a pulley. I was done. Done being the quiet one, the stable one, the default. Yes. The next day I called Denise. I need you to pick up Caleb, I said. He's not staying here anymore. She paused. Wait, what happened? I didn't agree to this. He doesn't respect my space and I'm still recovering. You're being dramatic, Aaron. He just needs time. So do I. She sighed, then switched tactics. Fine, but I can't take him in. Mom said she can't either. Then he can figure it out himself. Like I did. She hung up. Caleb stayed 2 more days. I didn't talk to him. He didn't talk to me. Then without warning he was gone. Left a bag of trash by the door and took the last of my cereal. No goodbye. No note. That night Mom called. "Did you really kick your brother out?" "No," I said. I just finally stood up for myself. There was a long silence on the other end. Then came the words I didn't expect. "You've changed, Aaron." I stared at the wall, phone hot against my ear. "No," I said softly. "I just stopped pretending." The next morning I woke up to a group chat bomb. Dozens of messages. Denise had apparently decided to go nuclear. She posted screenshots of our private conversation, twisted the story, made it sound like I'd abandoned Caleb in his time of need, that I was hoarding money, that I thought I was better than the family, even dragged in distant relatives I hadn't seen since Grandma's funeral. Then came the final message from Mom. "I raised you better than this. We don't turn our backs on family." That was the breaking point. That was the moment I knew. They didn't just misunderstand me. They didn't see me at all. I sat on the couch, looked around at my tiny apartment, still cluttered from the Caleb invasion, and realized I'd spent my whole life trying to earn love that came with conditions, trying to be good enough for people who never wanted to know who I really was. And now I was finally ready to stop playing the part they'd written for me. I stood up, walked over to my laptop, and opened a new document because if they wanted to play games, I was going to write the rules this time. I won't pretend the days after the group chat fallout were triumphant. They weren't. There was no music swelling in the background as I declared my independence. No cinematic montage of me burning bridges and thriving immediately. What actually happened was a lot quieter and a lot lonelier. The group chat went dark after that blast from Denise. No more good morning gifts from Mom. No more passive-aggressive links to Caleb's business ventures. Just silence. Cold and total, like I'd been voted off the island. And for a while, that silence was deafening. I'd never realized how much space my family had taken up in my head until they stopped talking to me. That first week was rough. I kept thinking maybe I'd gone too far, that maybe I should have just lent Caleb the money, let him crash a little longer, kept my mouth shut, kept the peace. That's what I'd always done. That's what being the strong one was supposed to mean, right? But then I'd walk past the mirror and catch a glimpse of myself. Sunken eyes, hunched shoulders, pale skin that hadn't seen daylight in weeks. And I'd remember. They weren't thinking about you when you needed them. They weren't busy. They just didn't care enough. It took me another few weeks to fully get back on my feet physically and emotionally. I went to physical therapy for my recovery. And every time I flinched from the discomfort, I tried to picture it as strength rebuilding itself. I started cooking again. Nothing fancy, just basic stuff. Eggs that didn't come from a powder packet. Rice that didn't live in a styrofoam cup. I even organized my apartment, got rid of Caleb's leftover junk, and donated an old chair I'd been holding on to for no good reason. The space started to feel like mine again. Then I did something that, looking back, was probably the most important step of all. I turned my pain into structure. Every morning, I woke up at 7 a.m. sharp. Even if I hadn't slept well, I made coffee, stretched, and wrote in a notebook for 15 minutes, whatever came to mind. Sometimes it was just, "I'm tired. This hurts." Other times it was fragments of goals, buried dreams I'd forgotten about. I'd always wanted to work for myself somehow, but I never thought I had the freedom or support to even try. But now I had silence, space, nobody asking me for favors, nobody demanding I give more than I had. So I began to research. I'd worked in logistics for a mid-sized company for years. Low pay, predictable hours, glass ceiling so thick it might as well have been concrete. But I had skills. Organizational skills, problem solving, vendor coordination. I'd learned how to streamline chaos. I just never thought of it as valuable because no one in my life ever said it was. They saw me as dependable, not capable. The one who'd pick you up from the airport, not the one who could build something. That changed when I found a thread on Reddit of all places about remote freelancing and operations management. A guy who'd quit his job and started consulting for small businesses full-time. He wasn't flashy, didn't post selfies from Bali or sell courses. Just simple, consistent updates. Got my second client today. Made enough this month to cover my rent twice. It hit something in me, so I followed the trail. I started with small things. Took a course on Notion and project management systems. Created a portfolio even if it was bare bones. Set up a cheap site with my name and a contact form. I didn't tell anyone. Not friends, not coworkers, definitely not family. It was mine, untouched, unwatched. Then one night, out of pure impulse, I posted on a few freelance job boards. Just offered help setting up workflows for overwhelmed entrepreneurs. Didn't expect much. My rates were low, my confidence lower, but I got a bite. A woman who ran a growing eco-skincare company messaged me. Said she had too many spreadsheets and not enough hours in the day. We hopped on a call. I explained what I could offer, fumbling my words at first, but finding rhythm as we spoke. She hired me on the spot for a 2-week trial. That night I didn't sleep. Not from anxiety, from something else. A spark. I hadn't felt that in a long, long time. I threw myself into the project. Built her a clean CRM in Notion. Set up automated reminders for her shipments. Color-coded everything. She was thrilled. Told 2 of her friends. One of them reached out a week later. Then another. Within 3 months, I had 5 clients on retainer. I raised my rates. Quit my job. Signed up for a solo 401k. Got a better laptop. Still, I didn't say a word to my family. Not out of spite. Okay, maybe a little, but mostly because I didn't want their voices in my head. I didn't want to hear Mom say, "That sounds risky." Or Denise say, "Oh, so you're like a virtual assistant?" Or Caleb ask, "So you're rich now?" With that smirk that always meant gimme. I wanted this to grow without their fingerprints on it. But that didn't mean they stayed out of my life. Oh no. 6 months after Caleb left, I got a call from an unknown number while I was setting up a client's launch calendar. I let it go to voicemail. Then curiosity got the better of me. It was my uncle. "Hey Aaron, it's Steve. Look, I don't want to get in the middle of anything, but your mom's been real worried. Says you won't return calls. Says you're holding a grudge or something. Anyway, Caleb's been going through it again. Lost another job. Thought maybe you could reach out. Be the bigger man. You know how family is." I stared at the screen. Be the bigger man. How many times had I heard that? Be the bigger man when Caleb broke something and blamed me. Be the bigger man when Denise borrowed my car and came back with a dent. Be the bigger man when Mom forgot my birthday but cried when I missed hers once. I'd been the bigger man so often I'd forgotten what my actual size felt like. I didn't call back, but the calls kept coming. Different people, old family friends, one of my cousins who lived 2 states away. It was like Mom had activated some secret phone tree. The message was always the same. Come back. Make peace. Caleb needs you. It would have been easier if I were still that version of Aaron. Tired, self-doubting, unsure of my own worth. But I wasn't. Not anymore. Now I was Aaron LLC. Aaron, consultant. Aaron, homeowner in training. And I wasn't going to shrink again. Still, the final straw didn't come from a phone call or a text. It came in the form of a letter, a real, actual letter. I opened my mailbox one evening after a late client call, and there it was. Fancy envelope, heavy paper, my full name in careful cursive. For a split second, I thought maybe it was a wedding invite. A distant cousin, maybe. Nope. It was a letter from Denise. She'd written it like a motivational blog post. It opened with a quote. "Resentment is like drinking poison and hoping the other person dies." She talked about family healing, about forgiveness, about how we all make mistakes, and none of us is perfect. Then she launched into a guilt-laced monologue about how Caleb was trying his best, and how Mom had been losing sleep over our rift, and how I should just let it go already. At the end, she wrote, "We're planning a family dinner next month. You should come. Let's put the past behind us." No apology, no mention of what happened, just a blanket invitation to sweep it all under the rug. I sat with that letter for a long time, folded it, unfolded it, read it again. Then I placed it in the same folder where I kept my business invoices. Not because I intended to respond, but because it reminded me of something important. This is who they still think I am. The one who'll come when called, who forgives without change, who'll patch up wounds he didn't cause. But that guy was gone. I wasn't just building a business. I was building boundaries. And this time, there was a price for crossing them. I had no intention of showing up for that dinner, but I did have something else in mind. Because while they were busy planning a family dinner, I'd been preparing something far more satisfying. A quiet reckoning. One that would make them look twice. Not out of guilt, but out of respect. And it all started with a phone call I hadn't made yet to a lawyer. I didn't call the lawyer right away. For days, I kept playing different scenarios in my head. Some rational, others borderline dramatic. I imagined walking into that family dinner unannounced, dropping a truth bomb in the middle of the appetizer course, then turning and walking out in silence while everyone sat in stunned silence. I imagined printing out my old text messages and stapling them to copies of hospital bills. I even imagined forwarding screenshots of the group chat to every extended relative they dragged into this. Petty thoughts, sure. But when you've been disrespected for years, sometimes the fantasy of justice is the only thing that keeps you warm at night. But I didn't want petty. I wanted clean. I wanted precise. I wanted undeniable. So instead of calling a lawyer out of anger, I did what I taught myself to do during the rebuild. I made a plan. First, I gathered my receipts, literal and emotional. I pulled up my old hospital records, the messages I'd sent to the group chat, screenshots of Denise's Instagram post at the spa, the text from mom asking for $3,000 while I was still on painkillers. I printed them all out and put them in a plain black binder. Tabbed, labeled chronological. My little war journal. Not because I planned to present it to anyone right away, but because I wanted to remember, to keep myself from gaslighting myself into thinking maybe I was overreacting, that I was too sensitive, that maybe mom was right. You've changed. No, I was clear now. And clarity, I realized, is the sharpest weapon you can wield against people who count on your confusion. Once I had the binder, I started researching family law. Not because I planned to sue them, but because something had been gnawing at me since that last call with Uncle Steve when he mentioned Caleb had lost another job. That phrasing had triggered something in the back of my mind. Something I'd heard years ago in a rushed, whispered conversation between Mom and Denise. Caleb had debts, big ones. And not just the casual, oh, my buddy for concert tickets kind, real, documented, interest-accruing debt. Mom used to hint at it during holidays, something about a co-signed loan that went south. But whenever I asked questions, the conversation would twist away like smoke. Don't worry about it, she'd say. It doesn't involve you. That had always been her favorite line. So I started digging. First, it was just public records. A couple of hours in county court databases confirmed what I suspected. Caleb had defaulted on a personal loan 2 years ago. The amount was $8,000, but the judgment had ballooned with penalties. Then I found a second judgment, smaller but more recent, tied to an unpaid vehicle lien. He'd apparently borrowed money to buy a used car, flipped it for cash, and never repaid the lender. Classic Caleb. Still, something didn't add up. If he was really this broke, why did Mom still believe he was trying his best? That's when I remembered the family trust. It was this foggy thing in my memory, like a childhood rumor. I only heard about it once years ago when my grandfather passed. He left behind a modest inheritance. Nothing extravagant, but enough to matter. There had been whispers about a trust fund set up for the kids, me, Denise, and Caleb. But after the funeral, it vanished from discussion. Every time I asked about it, Mom would deflect, "Oh, it's all taken care of. Nothing you need to worry about." Denise used to joke that she'd already spent hers spiritually, whatever that meant. Caleb never mentioned it, and I figured maybe it had just gone to funeral expenses or been split behind closed doors. But now I wasn't so sure. So I called the lawyer. A referral from a former client of mine. Sharp guy, clean office, voice like a news anchor. His name was Daniel Knox. I need to know if my family trust was ever distributed. I told him over the phone. And if not, who controls it? Do you have a copy of the will? No, I said. But I can get you a name. My grandfather's. He died in 2015. That was enough to get started. While Daniel ran the search, I focused on phase 2, reputation. I didn't need revenge that involved burning bridges or dramatic confrontations. I wanted something slower, something with teeth. So I started telling the truth, but selectively. I reached out to a few cousins I'd kept in touch with over the years. Casual conversations, nothing obvious. Hey, just checking in. Have you heard from Denise lately? Weird situation over here. Or, did Caleb ever pay you back for that thing? I just remembered he borrowed from a bunch of people after Grandpa passed. I didn't need to push hard. The thing about people like Denise and Caleb is that they leave trails of resentment wherever they go. All I had to do was flip a few stones. It didn't take long. Turns out Caleb had borrowed $600 from one cousin for car repairs, then ghosted him. Another had been guilted into investing in one of his failed startups. Denise had promised to help a friend plan a wellness retreat, took a deposit, and then backed out last minute, citing Mercury retrograde. The more I heard, the more the picture sharpened. My family hadn't just failed me. They'd quietly failed everyone. But they were protected by distance, by silence, by the illusion of unity. Everyone just assumed they were messy, but well-meaning. That mom was a little overbearing, but full of love. That Caleb was unlucky, not manipulative. That Denise was flaky, not calculated. I decided it was time to change the narrative. I wasn't going to lie, I was going to document. So, I created a folder in my drive, called it History. Inside, I began dropping files, photos of texts, screenshots of missed calls, a timeline of events, dates, names, numbers. I didn't share it. Not yet. But I built it like I was preparing a case. Not for court, but for clarity, for closure. For the day they would try to rewrite history again, and I could say, no, this is what happened. This is who you were. And just as I finished organizing the last folder, Daniel called. You were right, he said. There was a trust. My chest tightened. And it was split 3 ways, equal shares to you, Denise, and Caleb. Your grandfather specified that the funds be held in a family trust until the youngest turned 25. That happened 3 years ago. And was it ever distributed? 2 of the shares were, Daniel said carefully. Caleb and Denise signed their paperwork. Yours, however, was signed by a third party. My heart dropped. What do you mean? He paused. It looks like someone forged your signature. The paperwork claims you waived your share and gave it to your mother for emergency family use. Couldn't breathe. How much was it? Roughly $32,000. The line went quiet. $32,000 gone behind my back. Signed away by someone I trusted. And suddenly everything clicked into place. The spa trips, the borrowed cars, the sudden generosity during holidays that never extended to me. Mom always claimed to be broke, but the math didn't lie. Neither did the documents. I didn't cry. I didn't scream. I just said, can you help me fix this? Daniel said, yes. And just like that, the setup was complete. I had the binder. I had the files. I had the truth. And now I had the receipts. I wasn't going to their dinner, but I was going to serve something far more satisfying. Cold, precise, undeniable. Daniel took care of the legal side like a surgeon. No fuss, no flash, just clean incisions and precise paperwork. Within 2 weeks, he filed a formal petition to dispute the signature on the trust release. He had already run a forensic analysis on the document, comparing it with my past signatures from work documents, contracts, and even an old lease. The results were clear. The one on the trust wasn't mine. Whoever forged this didn't even bother getting the angle right, Daniel said, flipping through the reports in our Zoom call. Sloppy. I've seen better attempts on gas station receipts. It was surreal watching it unfold. All the moments I gaslit myself into thinking maybe they didn't mean to hurt me, or maybe I misunderstood, collapsed under the weight of cold, irrefutable proof. It wasn't just emotional neglect or favoritism anymore. It was fraud. It was theft. And Mom had signed the witness line. My own mother. In the end, Daniel presented our case quietly to the Family Trust Board, backed by his findings and the forensic report. We didn't need to sue. Thankfully, the board was efficient. They froze the remaining assets and launched an internal investigation. A few weeks later, they notified us that I would be receiving a full restitution of my third plus interest. $39,417 was wired into my business account one crisp Monday morning. I stared at the number in disbelief, the morning sun creeping through the blinds. It wasn't even about the money anymore. It was the principle, the acknowledgement, the fact that someone somewhere had finally said, "You were right. They stole from you and now we're fixing it." And that's when I decided it was time to go public. Not with a lawsuit, not with a Facebook post, not with a screaming match. Just the truth. Remember that history folder I built? I turned it into a private link and shared it with 10 people. 10 carefully chosen individuals. A few cousins, 2 family friends, my Uncle Steve, and a former neighbor who always sided with Mom and once called me the dramatic one. I didn't add commentary, no long monologue, just a message. Thought you might want to know the full story. It didn't take long. Within 48 hours, the group chat, which I'd long since muted, exploded. Denise was the first to text. She skipped the usual fluff. "I can't believe you're airing private family matters to everyone like this. This is so petty, Aaron." To which I calmly replied, "Private family matters didn't stop you from forging my name." She never responded. Then Caleb tried, "Dude, you're blowing this way out of proportion. You got the money, right? So what's the big deal?" I stared at that message for a long time. Then I typed, "The big deal is that you and Mom decided I didn't matter. That you could take from me and I'd just accept it. You didn't just steal money. You stole trust, and you never apologized." He left me on read. Mom was last. Her message was longer, rambling. She didn't admit anything outright, but she danced around it. "I only did what I thought was right for the family. Caleb was in trouble. Denise needed help. You were always so independent, Aaron. I didn't think you'd even notice. It wasn't meant to hurt you. I just needed to take care of everyone. I didn't know how else to keep us together." That last line, "keep us together," that was always her excuse. Keep the peace. Keep the image. Keep the lie. I didn't reply, but the fallout rippled without me lifting another finger. Uncle Steve called me 2 days later. "Your mom's been calling everyone trying to do damage control," he said, voice low. "But people are talking. This whole thing, it's not going away. She's not the victim here." "I know," he said. "I just didn't realize how deep it went. I'm sorry I ever asked you to be the bigger man. That wasn't fair." That small sentence felt bigger than anything else that week. The family dinner was canceled. Apparently, too many scheduling conflicts. Translation: no one wanted to look each other in the eye now that the mask was off. Denise took a social media break. Her wellness brand was taking hits after one of the cousins she scammed into a fake retreat forwarded my history folder to a few of her followers. Caleb, he tried to rally sympathy, of course, claimed I'd exaggerated everything and that it was just money. But people weren't buying it anymore, especially after he got evicted from his new apartment. Turns out he'd tried to use his part of the trust fund as collateral on a car lease and defaulted again. Mom? She went quiet, which in many ways was the loudest response of all. And me? I kept building. I reinvested part of the restitution into my business, hired a part-time assistant, upgraded my workspace, took 3 days off and went to the coast by myself. Ate fresh seafood, slept in, read books with the windows open. I didn't miss the group chat. I didn't miss pretending. And one quiet Sunday evening, as the sun slipped behind the horizon, I pulled out the binder, the one with all the texts and bills and proof. I flipped through it one last time. Then I set it on the kitchen counter, poured myself a glass of wine, and burned it page by page in my sink. The smell of ash and ink filled the air, and with it, something lifted. I didn't need it anymore. They took my kindness for weakness. They mistook silence for permission. But they'll never do it again. Not to me, not to anyone else I love. I am not their foundation anymore. We have reached the end. If you enjoyed this video, please be sure to like and subscribe to the channel for more videos like this, and give us your thoughts about the stories in the comments section. Thank you and see you in the next video.